give you an example. All the people who worked at Safeway who wanted to tell me to plug in with the outlets there and to come inside of the Safeway when these people were threatening me and harassing me and assaulting me. They also wanted to tell me to taser him or them or to shoot them or a great many other things like that. Instead of listening to understand, I'm going to give you a whole list of things that most people interrupt to say. They will interrupt in the middle of me telling important details to tell me they're sorry multiple times. Or they'll interrupt me to ask me if I want something to drink or something to eat. I don't need you to be nice, I need you to fucking listen. Or they'll ask me, don't you have somebody else you can ask? I am asking anybody who will fucking listen. Literally anybody who will listen. That should be my friends and family. Unfortunately, I don't actually have it. Because friends, when you're in that situation, are going to listen to you and help you to turn it in. All of these people playing stupid about turning in abuse know that you have to turn in the abuse to law enforcement. That's the first step. But when you don't help the victim to turn it into law enforcement, and law enforcement takes advantage of those people because they don't want to do their job. When you force your friend to go in by themselves, and they're already afraid enough, and you force them to go by themselves because it has to be turned in now, immediately. But you just want to talk about yourself. This is your idea of helping. You want to talk about yourself. Or talk about how useless the fucking cops are. Or how they wouldn't do anything for your fucking grandma. Well, your grandma should have fucking recorded it. That's the difference between me and the fucking bullshit with your grandma. The shit with your grandma that happened 20 fucking years ago got nothing to do with me. Those same cops aren't here anymore. Or they want to tell me they're sick or they're too busy. Well, okay, that's fine. If you're sick and busy, the fact is that the least you can do is admit that I asked you for help and you told me you were sick or busy. That is the least you can fucking do. Or they tell me that people are threatening their spouses and children, threatening to kill them for trying to help me. Here's the thing, all of these people who wanted to argue on Facebook were not trying to help me. They should not have been arguing with people on Facebook. They should not have been speaking for me. They should not have been assuming and speaking for me. When I begged people to stop speaking for me, they did horrible shit to me. They played victim like I was a horrible person because they were just trying to help. Well, how about you find out what the fuck is going on before you make things worse by literally lying to people? And then, of course, I got to try to show evidence that I went to people for help. And that those people took advantage of me, abused me, did not listen, and bullied me into doing things that were against my best interest and did not help to turn it in. And they didn't do it with me. And then when it didn't work, they wanted to treat me like shit because I must have done it wrong. Jesus fucking Christ. None of you are actually helping me. And then there's the 10,000 ideas guys. You know, the guys who can't listen for 30 seconds without having another 10,000 ideas. And saying, oh, have you tried calling the cops? Yes, I fucking tried calling the cops. There's a reason I'm trying to turn in the cops. There's a reason I'm trying to show you evidence that I called the cops. How about instead of you guessing all of these different agencies and asking me about 30 different agencies and whether or not I contacted them, if I contacted these people yet, those people yet, how about we focus on the most important part? You, as a friend or family member, have to actually look at the evidence. And then you have to help me to turn it in. Instead of playing this 20 questions and 5,000 guesses of who it needs to be turned into, well, the most important part before we turn it in is that you know what the fuck is going on. And you have to take the time to find out what the fuck is going on. Now, when this shit first started, I didn't go recording every single conversation and every minute of my day with my friends. I didn't record every single one of the efforts because I fucking couldn't. And my friends claimed that they would help me to do those things. Instead of helping me, they did exactly the same thing that I have to deal with out of people today. They're so busy giving ideas. I'm overwhelmed because of abuse and because of all of the mountains of paperwork that they won't even look at or take any grasp or understanding of how much time it's going to take to go through it. They want to give ideas. How about we do this? How about we do that? No, you need to stop. Stop giving suggestions and fucking listen. Stop telling me this stuff is unimportant when you haven't even let me finish. Stop telling me that you're a different drug addict than the other drug addicts, that you're not going to do that to me like they did. Instead of telling me those things, then prove it. You're not going to prove it to me by doing the same things they did. And being overly nice, I can't stand that. I have shit that I need to focus on. Alright? And I cannot focus on what I need to focus on, which is remembering where each and every one of these little bits and pieces of evidence are so that I can get to them and find out where the dates are so that I can hopefully find a friend that will sit down and actually look at it. I have to try to hopefully get them to take a look at basically the Cliff's Notes version of it. Every time. This is the Cliff's Notes. This is a few of the threats against my life, a few of the situations of people assaulting me, a few of those, because they're not going to be able to pay attention long enough to look at all of it. And the thing is, most of these people have more in common with Natalie Bollinger than they have in common with me. Because unlike Natalie Bollinger, I was never a drug addict. And most drug addicts don't want to be judged for being on drugs. They don't want to be judged for the things they do on drugs. Most of them want to claim that the things that they did that were really fucked up because they were on drugs, they wanted to claim that they didn't do those things because of drugs. And then I'm ending up hearing all of these stories from these drug addicts who who else is trying to help me? Nobody. You're not helping me by sending me the phone number to somebody else who's going to send me the number to somebody else. Also, when it comes to the questions that you're asking, yeah, I get that you're asking questions, but this is a serious situation with a timeline to it, and I'm having to give you the Cliff Notes enough already, and now I'm having to stop what I'm doing to answer the questions that you want me to answer. So, okay, then I stop, and I try to answer those questions, and I'm given, sarcasm, or I'm given snarkiness, or a lot of times people say, oh, I believe you, and then they never look. Or then there's people who are sarcastic when I tell them what's going on, and you can hear the tone in their voice. That they're being fucking snarky with you when you tell them what the abuse is, or when you try to tell what the abuse is. And on average, by the time I get somebody who claims that they care to actually take a look at one piece of evidence, I've already invested at least 8 hours of talking to these people over a long period of time these people have gotten to see, my vehicle with the windows busted out and the side of my vehicle kicked in. They wonder how those things happened, and I tell them I have a recording of how that happened. I have recordings of Andrew Wolnez kicking my vehicle on at least half a dozen occasions. But then, of course, those folks don't have time. But they'll make time for a lot of stuff, a lot of other stuff to supposedly help me when I'm already overwhelmed enough as is. And when I try to explain to them that I'm overwhelmed with all of this, I'm having enough problems sorting what I have in my tent already without having more stuff added to it, and more projects added to it, and more things that are difficult for me to handle or manage. The projects that I'm working on, I've got all these tools and stuff, but I'm not building anything gigantic or heavy. I'm not working with anything gigantic or heavy. I'm also not working with power tools. This right here definitely weighs less than a pound. It's pretty much useless as is. I do have plans for the thing in the future. There's lots of really cool stuff I can do with that. But also, I am petrified that the police, or Andrew Wolnez, or Scott Brown, or any number of these other people with a history of abusing me are going to do it again, because nobody's taken the time to actually sit down and let me show the whole video. When they say, let's do this, let's do that, let's move it into this area, let's move it into that area. How about, I have this tent set up perfectly so that if someone sits next to me, then we can watch it on my computer. And, people made it impossible because they couldn't do it in person, because they were hundreds of miles away. That's understandable, how we're trying to do this stuff from hundreds of miles away, because people from hundreds of miles away are trying to help. But when it's not working out because they have to show me in person, that's not my fault. If you're gonna tell me to do something and not do it with me, you are setting me up for failure. If you're going to tell me that you will go in with me to talk to the police about what you know, and then you never follow through, you are not only setting me up for failure, you are intentionally harming me at that point. You have wasted my time. You have done exactly what it is that the police have done. You have wasted a bunch of my time. A lot of people, they take it so seriously that they want to do this stuff all off on their own. Oh, send it to me, Sean. They don't give me a way to send it to them. They talk about all this electronic shit, and literally you end up listening to 2 or 3 days worth by the end of it all. The thing with Ed, my sister's friend who was going to help me. This guy, his disabilities are important. They matter because his disabilities show that he should have never been involved in the situation. He never should have been there. It was inappropriate for him to be there, and my sister knew it, and I told her that. One-on-one, and you need to listen. If I'm going to pay you money to help me, you need to help me how I'm paying you to help me. If I have to offer you money to help me because you're not helping me, one of the reasons that I offer people money who are offering to help me for free is because they don't get off their asses to help me. Well, if I fucking pay you to keep your fucking word, will you keep your word then? Then there's the situation with many of them how, well, for example, some of them might have an actual schizophrenic that they're trying to take care of, and they're overwhelmed by that schizophrenic. Or they might have a family member who is in a really screwed up situation. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen and do happen. There's a lot of reasons why people can't follow through after they've given their word, after they've promised to do something. And that's the thing about people not wanting their personal business out there. You know what? It's not your personal business. It's not. If these are your reasons and or excuses for not
To hear your
helping,
mailbox prompts in English, press
they
1.
do matter
Para
in court.
escuchar las opciones de
Because I
buzón de
did try to
mensajes
get
en
help.
español, oprima el
If
dos.
you offered to help me and you didn't help me how I need,
You will hear your
or you
prompts in
assumed
English.
the help that I needed and you just want to keep on changing the subject and
To
pushing that
confirm
over
this
and over
change,
again,
press
that
pound.
really sucks
To
for me.
cancel this change, press star. Para
You know,
confirmar
it's not like I'm not
change.
used to that. When I
Hello,
was
and
younger,
welcome to your
all right, my
personal
mom was
mailbox
a
on the
horrible
message
parent.
management system.
A horrible
This is a
parent.
special
Chose drugs
introduction
over
for
her
new
kids.
subscribers. To
All of
begin
her
this
kids
introduction,
have been
we will set up your
incarcerated for
mailbox
things
for your
that she's
personal
done.
use. First, we will set up your password. Your password is
So
a
no,
secret number
it's
that
not a good
protects the security
situation.
and privacy of your message.
So because
You
of
will
the
be asked
abuse
to
from
key
my
in this
mom, I had
number
to try to
each time
find
you access your mailbox.
somebody else
Pick a number that will be easy for you to remember,
who
but
actually
hard for
cared
anyone to
about me
guess.
as a human being. So
Enter
that when
the
I'm
new password
home,
between 4
that I
to 7
could
digits,
safely
then
turn it
press
in.
pound.
Instead, I got people who
Your new
pretended to be my
password
friend
is
until I needed help, and then they bullied me for needing help.
833-403. Now we will.
When people's idea of helping you to stop abuse is to bully you into moving somewhere else, no, that's not help. And also, there's the overly interruptive. All right, when you're trying to be a people pleaser, you know what would please me is if you stop promising me things and not following through. Number one. And number two, if you would stop trying to replace actual help with useless shit. I understand that you offering me some lemonade is you trying to be nice. But if I tell you I already have some water right here and I also have some lemonade right next to me, but thank you for offering, I shouldn't have to tell you 8 more times, thank you for offering. At that point, you have wasted a lot of the time that I need to be able to work on what I'm working on. And if you've promised to help me to work on that at a particular time, and this is one of the things that is important about if somebody is actually going to help you, they'll actually set a time and they'll actually follow through. If they're not able to follow through, they will at least get a hold of you to let you know. Not to do so isn't just disrespectful. There's a reason it's disrespectful. If you're not on time, people have every right to fucking worry, especially in the world we live in today. When Natalie disappeared, my friends and the police who had been involved before Natalie was killed, there's a reason that they never came forward with what they knew. The fact is, I had to record conversations with them to prove that I was telling the truth. That I did tell the truth every step of the way. And that these people who knew that I was telling the truth, whose own voices are recorded, admitting that I told the truth. The question is, why isn't that in court? Why was that never in court? You listen to how many of them claimed that they tried to turn these crimes committed against me in, and the bullying by the Bollingers. Meanwhile, in court, they claimed that nobody would help me, that I didn't try to get help, that nobody would help me, probably because of the way that I act. Oh, you mean that if you beat on somebody repeatedly and they scream for help, that they're all of a sudden a bad person? That if you lie to somebody repeatedly and they're being physically assaulted because you wasted their time and lied to them, this time is an important thing, okay? When people say, oh, it takes time, no, they are procrastinating. You can listen immediately, you can turn it in immediately. If you can take the time to make 10,000 different ideas that you have that you want to do that you think will help them out, and each one of those is going to take time and money, keep in mind that I don't have the time or money to do what it is that I need in order to stop the abuse. In order to stop the abuse, I have to prove that it's happening. In order to prove that it's happening, I have to get a friend or family member to look at it and turn it in with me. But if they never look at it, because they're busy telling me they believe me, and then later on when I say, hey, you promised me you'd turn it in with me. Oh, you never showed me any evidence. And then there's the many, many, many people who have seen evidence. But we never get to the next step of them turning it in with me. Yeah, we need to do that like now, not in fucking 3 weeks. A lot of the witnesses out here that are witnesses to the physical assaults and the BS from Molnez are absolutely willing to turn it in. They even wrote written reports for me to make copies of and give to the police. One thing they were not willing to do is to trap themselves into seclusion and abuse by talking to the police without some upstanding member of the community there and present so that they will be allowed to say those things. Your good intentions are 99% of the problems. All right? Because your good intentions are based on your assumptions, and your assumptions are what's getting in the way. You've already assumed. Many of you ask questions that project your assumptions. When you're snarky with somebody who has come to you because they're being abused, and you're snarky with them for it, that's a horrible thing to put them through. How are they going to trust you when you're constantly doing that? Now, it probably takes 8 hours of time talking to somebody before they eventually look at a piece of evidence. Meanwhile, I will literally have a phone full of evidence in my hand and be trying to show it to them the entire time, but it's an issue where they have opinions. Their opinions are more important than looking at the evidence. By the time you do get around to them and the time that they claim that they're going to look at the evidence, oftentimes they're going to be so incredibly busy telling you that they don't have very much time. They don't have very much time. You're being a horrible person at that point. If you tell somebody that you've only got half an hour, but you're going to listen to their story, and then during that half hour, you interrupt them 7 or 8 times to tell them a story about how you don't have very much time, and you're interrupting them at fucking 13 minutes to say, hey man, I said half an hour, we're already 13 minutes in, I'm going to need you to wrap it up. Like, you're not fucking listening, you're just being an asshole. Now, of course, the people who have helped me, I'm sure that when they go through this list, like many of them have in the past, they've gone through a whole list of 10 different things that people have done that are horrible to me. And they'll go through and they'll realize that they've done 9 of them, but they didn't do number 10. And they'll go, oh, well, I didn't do that to you. I didn't do that to you. Well, I'll admit that you didn't do that particular one to me, but you did do the other 9. When I go to you for help, you treat me completely like shit. When you promise to help and say that you'll look at evidence, then you make it impossible to even show you the evidence. You want to get frustrated because you want it to be your turn to talk. You have an opinion based on looking at no evidence. Then, once they start looking at evidence, it starts to open up. It starts to broaden their horizons. The first time that they see a video of somebody fucking bashed me in the head with something, it really changes their way of thinking. Like, oh my God, this is not a fucking delusion. I've had several people who have looked at that stuff and gone, oh my God, dude, that is a nightmare. And then immediately followed by, I am scared shitless. You want my help turning that in? And you're telling me that there was police involved in helping these people to get away with hitting you in the head with that? Yeah, dude, I'm not down. And so many people said, I'm not afraid of the police. I'm not afraid of the police. I'm not afraid of these internet nut jobs that are trying to intimidate people. And then they get a hold of me and say, hey, Sean, these people are threatening to kill my friends and family. I got to block you. I'm out of here. I can't be your friend if it's going to result in that. Meanwhile, I got the evidence that they said those things and typed those things. But at the same time, by the time in that half an hour, after we've gotten through with you telling me that you don't have very much time, and being mean about it. Like, yeah, I heard you the first 6 times. Now you're just trying to fucking rile me up. You're trying to put me in a sense of impending doom at that point. And then you're also interjecting repeatedly to talk about yourself and all of the things that you've got going on. If your daughter was fucking raped, how much would you have going on? I'm sure you would clear your fucking schedule now, wouldn't you? When you promise that you're going to help somebody and then you don't keep in contact with them, or you make it about you every single time that you talk, or you promise to help them if they show up on such and such a day, and they show up on that day, and it costs them hundreds of dollars of disability money. I mean, you don't make a lot on disability. It's not exactly enough to live on. And they go down there because you say that you're going to help them in person. You're going to look at the evidence in person, and you're going to go in with them to turn it in person. And then they get there, and they spend 3 days while you play fucking Candy Crush Saga, or Diablo 3, or fucking wordplay on your computer or your PlayStation or your telephone. And then those people want to yell at me like, oh, well, you're always on your phone. I'm not. But when I am on my phone, I don't get downtime to play computer games. I had to get rid of all of the computer games on my computer so that I could make room for more evidence. I had to do the same thing on my telephones. When these people tell me, when I tell them I haven't had anybody to help me, and they want to interrupt to say, well, that's not true now, you have somebody now. No, I've heard that before. I've heard that before. That doesn't give me a sense of safety in that situation. Matter of fact, because so many people who have been predatory towards me have said that, it makes me feel unsafe. Because the thing is that, for example, a lot of these folks, they'll try not to be that way. They want an equality thing as far as the victim's story goes. If the victim's going to tell you what they went through and their firsthand experience, you feel like you should be able to use your imagination and throw out a bunch of imaginary shit that's based on listening to 5 sentences. And it is imaginary shit. At that point, you've already decided that you formulated solutions, or you have enough information about the situation to have already fully formulated an opinion and a solution. And now this is what you are going to push on the victim. No. Don't assume, and don't interrupt them. Or, of course, there's you promise them that you're going to help them, and every single time something comes up, well, then the victim gets treated like they're a liar. They get treated like they never tried to turn it in. When they have to try to turn it in by themselves, they may very well get arrested or beaten or even shot if they're a fucking disabled person. Okay? Especially if they have a history of mental illness, like being autistic. Yeah, you can get shot in the fucking head by a police officer, literally just for exhibiting signs of autism. That is not a fucking joke. And it's more likely if you're a homeless person, and if you're a homeless person, they'll forget that you're autistic. Oh, it's wrong to kill a black person. But if that black person is a homeless person, you no longer, as the news or the American people, identify them as a black person. They are now a homeless person, and homeless people don't mean shit to any of you. Then there's the part where I have to try to understand. I have to try to understand that a lot of these folks are dealing with actual schizophrenics or, really screwed up situations like that. And people who are rambling nonstop because they're on drugs, not because they're traumatized. When it comes to a situation where I have to interrupt repeatedly and talk 400 miles an hour, it's because you've interrupted me repeatedly, and I'm just hoping that if I say what I need to say, hopefully something will stick. Hopefully something that I'm telling you will stick. Hopefully it's something that you will remember. But a lot of times people are only waiting for a pause in whatever it is that you're saying, because they've got some little nugget that they think it is going to fix it. They don't know anything yet, but they already know how to fix it. Well, I'm going to tell you how to fix it. Turn it in with the victim. Become informed and turn it in. Together. Not by yourself. It is unsafe to turn in abuse to the police by yourself, especially if you are disabled. And the recordings that I have with the police exhibit exactly that. They will talk in circles because they don't want to do any fucking work. They just want to collect a paycheck, just like a fucking judge, just like a public pretender, just like a prosecutor. The only thing that makes them care is if a friend or family member shows that they care about the victim enough to actually be there and help to turn this shit in, to actually take an active role. And ordering a victim around is not an active role, especially when you put stipulations on it. Because when you've got two people who have promised to help you under stipulations, one of them tells you, I'll only help you if you don't talk to Carl Rogers anymore. And the other one says, I will only help you if you do work with Carl Rogers. Now let's imagine both of these people have evidence that is important in my case, and I have to make them happy in order to have access to that evidence. That's manipulation and blackmail. Also, due to the fact that it's evidence of abuse against at-risk adults, not just myself, but also Natalie Bollinger. Yes, there is actual evidence of the actual abuse from her actual predators, but you don't want to listen. You're too busy telling me your opinions that are based on what? On not looking. On not taking it seriously. On not understanding there's a time limit. On not understanding that if it takes you 3 or 4 days to look at one video, and you're hopefully going to do the math here, there's 8,000 videos on my YouTube channel. Now let's say on average, each video is an hour long. Now, we don't have to go through all 8,000 of them, but it's going to take an hour to actually listen to a full hour-long video, now isn't it? Plus, you have to add the time where you write down what's in it, the name of the video, stuff like that, so that it's easy to find. It's a matter of organization. But you have to be able to organize, and you can't get organized if you are hung up on something. A lot of people got hung up because I accidentally said the wrong word, and when I said the wrong word, I did apologize. But many of these people were only looking for an excuse not to keep their word. Anything that they could use an excuse to alleviate the burden that they felt by promising me they were going to do something that they never actually intended on doing. Sort of, whimsically, they thought that they were going to be able to do it, or thought that they might be able to try and thought that it would be easy. And then when they realized they actually had to do something other than tell me what a good boy I am, it was a much different story. Kind of like those folks who promised me that they weren't going to help me unless I tried to patch things up with my mom. So I tried to patch things up with my mom, and my mom did what she always did. Took advantage of the situation, took advantage of my money, and, of course, showed me that there's a good reason to stay away from your family if your family are my family or the Bollinger family. People promise to help, but then when they promise to help how you want, like how I needed somebody to turn it in with me, either over the phone or in person. Now, it was almost, and still is, almost like I must be saying that in some foreign language and not know it, because nobody seems to understand those simple words in the English language. Making the victim go in alone is setting them up for failure, because they are most likely to be victimized when they are alone. And that includes by police. Just like any other predator, if a police officer is a predator and he wants to harm you, he doesn't want to get in trouble for it. And this is part of the reason that many predators become police officers. Then there's the Brady list, right? Once these officers were busted lying out their asses, especially knowing that it was resulting in me being physically assaulted and my life being threatened, yeah, those motherfuckers should have been Brady listed. But you have to convince a friend or family member to actually spend the time after they've promised to do so. Most of these people who have said, well, you have somebody who's going to help you now. Okay, well then, help me. Let's actually watch these videos. And when you tell me, well, when you come up with reasons or excuses why you can't watch the whole video or listen to the whole video, well, then how are you helping? When you said that you would, when you said you would take the time to do it, and then you can't take the time to spend an hour of it to do that. All of the time that we spent arguing could have been spent looking at evidence. All the time that I was spending trying to answer your, in some occasions, literally hundreds of questions, and all of that amount of time, we could have been looking at evidence. And all of the time that you bounce what's going on in your life off of me like I'm your therapist, because you're not asking me for help doing anything about it. You're not asking for help stopping abuse. You're not asking for help ending abuse. You're just using me as a sounding board. So I listen. And I've had so many people who wanted to get angry with me because I didn't make any suggestions. I'm like, why would I make a suggestion? I'm listening to you tell me about your situation. Now, at the end, if you want to ask for my help, like, for example, if you're going to tell me that your ex-husband is stalking you, don't tell me that unless you want me to go to the police with you. And that's not a fucking joke. I am sick of women manipulating me and then playing fucking victim or stupid later on. If you're going to tell me that your ex is beating you, I will help you to get out of that situation under one circumstance and one circumstance only. You have to get a hold of the police. If you're going to tell me that your ex beat the shit out of you, all crying and whining and telling me that you need help getting out of that situation, I fucking know better. If he actually beat on her, or if she's actually serious about the abuse and stopping it, she will turn it into the police. If that's not what she does, I will tell you from experience that the majority of the time, if she doesn't turn him into the police right away, she's fucking manipulating you. And when she goes back to him, there's a reason she didn't turn him into the cops. There's a reason that she called you instead of the cops. She's hoping she can manipulate you into doing something fucking stupid. Now, when she gets back with him in a couple of weeks, it's going to be blamed on you. And the abuse that you had to take from that asshole, or the abuse that that woman had to take from that asshole, prior to you helping her, now that she's gone back to him, it's now projected onto you by this guy and his friends. And she's not your friend again. She's not going to be your friend again until he beats the fuck out of her again. And when you're not going to take another fucking ass whooping to fucking help her out of that situation because she's just going to go back, she treats you like you're a horrible person. Like you are the world's shittiest person because you're not going to fucking let her abuse you and him and his friends abuse you like that again. No, you cried wolf. All right? Yeah, I saw the bruises. Let's take Jamie Curtis, for example. I saw the bruises on her body. Okay? I saw those bruises. I heard her story about where those bruises came from. I also know who it was that was there when James did that to her. I also know that I was there to help her move out of James's house. I was there to help her move out of James's house because he kept hitting her and the boy. Myself, Todd Rust, and several others. So what happened? Jamie wanted to continue to manipulate me by telling me after she'd moved out of there, after he'd beaten on her telling me that she's afraid because she lives in the same town as him. So we're going to keep in contact. And if something happens to her, like we're going to keep in contact so I'll know if something happens to her. Well, during that period of time, according to James, him and Jamie started dating, and I got verification from fucking Jamie about that shit as well. While she was in that situation and actually got beaten on by James and needed all this help, well, after the fact, you get to see that James and his friends and family went to fucking town at me, calling me a liar, going out of their way to slander my name and harass me in large groups. It wasn't just James. It wasn't just his twin brother John. It wasn't just his cousin Seth. Or nephew Seth, sorry. They did this as a group. Meanwhile, Jamie allowed me to be the one that was victimized over it. She's the one who set up the situation by crying wolf. You know what would have protected me in that situation? Calling the fucking cops on James because of Jamie's fucking bruises. But Jamie didn't want to do that. And according to James, he only did it because she hit him first. Well, there's also an eyewitness that wasn't James or Jamie, somebody who got to see it. So maybe we should listen to the person who is actually there to see it. You ever think of that? Jamie's not the only one who did that. Now, there's a lot of people who were my friends until it threatened their drug supply because their drug dealer was one of the people who was fucking assaulting me and threatening my life. For example, Kayla Trujillo. Jesus, fuck, that was a fucked up situation. Here she was, promising me that she was going to help me before Natalie died, but she never quite followed through. Then after Natalie died, she was promising to help me. Oh, and then she found out that fucking her drug dealer is one of my predators, and after that, what was supposed to happen? She still wants access to the drugs. And every drug addict wants to tell me that they're different from all of the other drug addicts. And then when they do the same thing as the other drug addicts, they tell me, well, you knew I was an addict. Yeah, that's a valid excuse. All right, fine. Meanwhile, I already know that that's going to happen. There's a small % chance that that won't happen. But the fact that I got nobody else who's helping me means that I have to fucking take the risk. Somebody has to sit with me and look at the evidence. My predators will just pick apart little bits and pieces. It's called cherry picking. To try to make me out to be some sort of a horrible person. And that is not okay. You read the book of Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn and decide that the whole book is just the N-word over and over and over again? Because the N-word happens to be in it? No. You take it for what it is. It's literature. And it's real. If you call somebody something, if that's actually what people are doing, then yes, write it down. If it's a fictionalization of your times, and that is the reality of your times, then yes, write it down. Why would you try to hide that? Why would you try to hide the horrible things that are going on? Why wouldn't you portray things as they are, instead of your idealized version of it? When it comes down to people making excuses, they're never going to stop making excuses. And they know which ones are excuses that you're supposed to accept. Like after they've wasted all your time and not followed through, you're supposed to take the hint that when they say that they got cancer, it means they just don't fucking give a shit. They never did. A lot of these people who promised to help me, they only promised to help me until it was no longer popular to them. Well, for a lot of those people, it became even more popular after they left. As soon as people started realizing that I was telling the truth, the police went out of their way to try to prevent that truth from coming forward, to prevent that evidence from coming forward, to prevent me in the period immediately after Natalie's death from being able to coordinate with people to show what was going on. And the Bollinger family and the police worked together and coordinated together to do this. The Bollinger family used Facebook groups to coordinate their attacks. And they also coordinated with the police. If I called in a crime that was committed against me, I'd get blown off. But if I act like my predators for 1 fucking minute, guaranteed all of those predators are going to go, see, look at me, I'm the victim. See, I finally got Sean to do something. Look at me, see, I'm the victim. No, fuck you. And where's the actual friend who's going to listen to you without making it an argument or trying to feed you tea and crumpets all fucking day? You know, when you offer it, that's nice of you. Thank you. But please stop interrupting something that is more important than getting something to drink, because a lot of these people expect me to take their hospitality because it's offered. The thing is that I now have to find a place and all of this crap to put the tea, which is now a hazard to all of the stuff, electronics and paper evidence, that it could possibly get spilled on. Now I've got an extra cup in here that I have to do something with. At the same time, I might not want or need any lemonade. I might have my own lemonade. And the expectation that I am to accept what you're giving me and say thank you. No, this is a ritual, and it's a useless ritual. It is a useless ritual. It wastes time, and it prevents me from staying on track of what I need to work on. And I have to go through, and when somebody tells me, yeah, I'll be there to help you at 9 o'clock tomorrow, so I pull up a bunch of evidence to show them so that it's prepared for when they get here. And it takes 4 to 6 hours to go through and find that stuff and dig it up and get it ready to show them. And then when they get here, it's 3/4 of that time they're busy interrupting to make suggestions, or wanting to talk about how they're the one good drug addict, or wanting to borrow something, or wanting to tell me a story about how they have something similar going on. Well, if you got something similar going on, let's turn it in together. I'm fine with that. And with these folks who promised to help me, their excuses for why they didn't follow through are important. Why is it these folks chose to, instead of help me, to take advantage of me? Now, not every single one of them did. Not all of these people took advantage of me. Some of them ended up getting severely screwed for trying to help me. I'll admit that. That's absolutely true. There are more than one person who didn't do anything screwed up, not intentionally anyway, that ended up getting the shaft over it. Like my little sister, for example, when she was telling me that she had to move multiple times over this, what had she done to have to move? That's what I want to know. How is it her fault that these people threatened her and intimidated her to the point that she had to move more than once? How is that my sister's fault? Of course, when these people tell me that somebody threatened them, well, then we need to turn it in. And I understand it's not safe to turn it in to Scott DaCosta, but we need to turn it in together. And my sister didn't even try, which is why it's hard to believe that it's true, but it's also easy to believe that it's true because Scott DaCosta has a history of doing things like that, and so do his deputies. They've been recorded doing many of those things that my sister claimed, oh, they've got a history of doing those things to me. So do the internet nut jobs. So do the Bollinger family. So it's not like we don't have a pretty sizable list of suspects, and all people who tried to destroy evidence that I told the truth. From Jamie Curtis to the Bollinger family to James Payton and his family, and of course law enforcement. So a lot of things that you say that you mean to be nice, or to try to give me a sense that you're going to be the person to finally help me put a stop to this, and that I don't need to worry anymore. No, I do have to worry. I still have to worry. I have to worry until you've taken the time to look at the evidence and help me to turn it in. I have to worry until somebody does something to help me get into a safe environment.
I really didn't know that there was
environment if I can't go to the police.
And I was sitting there I just bought like 90,000 things powerful assault. Like random, and it's all bows and shit. Like, come on, bro.
Assault issues.
Look at this. Look at this madness.
Control issues. Because people like that are only going to take advantage of disabled people.
I need
AAA battery. That a disabled person should have to go to a drug addict and hope that that drug addict will do the same thing that a friend or family member would if a friend or family member knew that you were being harmed. For some of these people, like Taylor Trujillo, for example, I didn't know that she was a drug dealer. I knew that she sold pot. It wasn't until she told me that she was a drug dealer in a live recording that I knew that she was a drug dealer. Of course, Ted Bollinger was a drug dealer too. So was Natalie Bollinger, and so was Mr. Bollinger. Like, am I the only person I know that was never a drug dealer? Come on now. Anyway, tight ramble, hope you hate it. Be safe. Hopefully you learn something from this. I know that I have communication issues and you aren't able to understand those communication issues. But that's not my fault, and it's not from a lack of trying.
The Book of Amos, Chapter 1. The words of Amos, who was among the herdmen of Tekoa, which he saw concerning Israel in the days of Uzziah, king of Judah, and in the days of Jeroboam the son of Joash, king of Israel, 2 years before the earthquake. And he said, The Lord will roar from Zion, and utter his voice from Jerusalem, and the habitations of the shepherds shall mourn, and the top of Carmel shall wither. Thus saith the Lord. For 3 transgressions of Damascus, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because they have threshed Gilead with threshing instruments of iron. But I will send a fire into the house of Hazael, which shall devour the palaces of Ben-Hadad. I will break also the bar of Damascus, and cut off the inhabitant from the plain of Avon, and him that holdeth the scepter from the house of Eden. And the people of Syria shall go into captivity unto Kir, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, For 3 transgressions of Gaza, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because they carried away captive the whole captivity, to deliver them up to Edom. But I will send a fire on the wall of Gaza, which shall devour the palaces thereof. And I will cut off the inhabitant from Ashdod, and him that holdeth the scepter from Ashkelon. And I will turn mine hand against Ekron, and the remnant of the Philistines shall perish, saith the Lord God. Thus saith the Lord, For 3 transgressions of Tyrus, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because they delivered up the whole captivity to Edom, and remembered not the brotherly covenant. But I will send a fire on the wall of Tyrus, which shall devour the palaces thereof. Thus saith the Lord, For 3 transgressions of Edom, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because he did pursue his brother with the sword, and did cast off all pity, and his anger did tear perpetually, and he kept his wrath forever. But I will send a fire upon Teman, which shall devour the palaces of Bozrah. Thus saith the Lord, For 3 transgressions of the children of Ammon, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because they have ripped up the women with child of Gilead, that they might enlarge their border. But I will kindle a fire in the wall of Rabbah, and it shall devour the palaces thereof, with shouting in the day of battle, with a tempest in the day of the whirlwind. And their king shall go into captivity, he and his princes together, saith the Lord. Amos 2. Thus saith the Lord, For 3 transgressions of Moab, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because he burned the bones of the king of Edom into lime. But I will send a fire upon Moab, and it shall devour the palaces of Kirioth, and Moab shall die with tumult, with shouting, and with the sound of the trumpet. And I will cut off the judge from the midst thereof, and will slay all the princes thereof with him, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, For 3 transgressions of Judah, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because they have despised the law of the Lord, and have not kept his commandments, and their lies caused them to err, after the which their fathers have walked. But I will send a fire upon Judah, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem. Thus saith the Lord, For 3 transgressions of Israel, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because they sold the righteous for silver, and the poor for a pair of shoes, that pant after the dust of the earth on the head of the poor, and turn aside the way of the meek. And a man and his father will go in unto the same maid, to profane my holy name. And they lay themselves down upon clothes laid to pledge by every altar, and they drink the wine of the condemned in the house of their God. Yet destroyed I the Amorite before them, whose height was like the height of the cedars, and he was strong as the oaks. Yet I destroyed his fruit from above, and his roots from beneath. Also, I brought you up from the land of Egypt, and led you 40 years through the wilderness to possess the land of the Amorite. And I raised up of your sons for prophets, and of your young men for Nazarites. Is it not even thus, O ye children of Israel, saith the Lord? But he gave the Nazarites wine to drink, and commanded the prophets, saying, Prophesy not. Behold, I am pressed under you, as a cart is pressed that is full of sheaves. Therefore the flight shall perish from the swift, and the strong shall not strengthen his force, neither shall the mighty deliver himself. Neither shall he stand that handleth the bow, and he that is swift of foot shall not deliver himself. Neither shall he that rideth the horse deliver himself. And he that is courageous among the mighty shall flee away naked in that day, saith the Lord. Amos 3. Hear this word that the Lord hath spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, You only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities. Can two walk together, except they be agreed? Will a lion roar in the forest when he hath no prey? Will a young lion cry out of his den if he have taken nothing? Can a bird fall in a snare upon the earth, where no gin is for him? Shall one take up a snare from the earth and have taken nothing at all? Shall a trumpet be blown in a city, and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in a city, and the Lord hath not done it? Surely the Lord God will do nothing, but he revealeth his secret unto his servants the prophets. The lion hath roared. Do not fear.
Trying to find a
The
fucking
Lord
bat.
hath
Need
spoken,
$1.06.
but to prophesy.
Hey, really?
Publish in the palaces at
Need
Ashdod,
$1.06 to get
and the
fucking
palaces in the
AAA
land of
batteries.
Egypt, and say, Assemble yourselves upon the mountains.
Why is it
of
playing the
Samaria,
Book of Amos?
And behold the great tumults in the midst thereof, and the oppressed in the midst thereof.
What's happening,
For they
dude?
know not to do
What is
right,
happening?
saith the Lord, restore a violence
I need to get
in
$1.06
their palaces.
for batteries.
Therefore, thus saith the Lord God.
Check my blood pressure. Her blood
Seven
pressure.
shall be even round about the
My
land,
blood pressure's
and he shall
fucking
bring
bugging.
down thy strength from thee,
I found
and shall destroy it.
I need
Thus
that.
saith the Lord. It shall take the child from the mouth of the lion 2 legs, or a piece of an ear. So shall the children of Israel be taken out that dwell in Samaria, in the corner of a bed, and in Damascus, in a couch. Hear ye, and testify in the house of Jacob, saith the Lord God, the God of hosts, that in the day that I shall visit the transgressions of Israel upon him, I will also visit
It's
the altars
weird
of
because like
Bethel, and
Starfield,
the horns of the altar shall
I have
be
a
cut
lot
off,
of that, I
and
don't
forced
think.
ground.
like
And
not
I will smite the winter house
a lot
with the
of-
summer house, and the houses of ivory shall
like
perish.
the
and
last
the
time I
great
checked, like
mountains
the
shall have an end,
nude mods
saith
were
the
like
Lord.
just texture replacers over the clothes. It was very like bad.
Amos 4. Hear this word, ye kine of Bashan, that are in the mountain of Samaria, which oppress the poor, which crush the needy, which say to their masters, Bring, and let us drink. The Lord God
It's like
hath
no
sworn
physics
by
to
his
begin
holiness
with, and,
that
like,
the
everybody-
days shall come upon
Every
you,
like woman in
he
that
will
game
take
is like
you
Andrew
away with
Archer
hooks
High.
in your
It's like
posterity with fish hooks.
just
And ye shall go
really
out at the breaches, every
gayish.
cow at that which is before her, and ye shall cast them into the palace, saith the Lord. Come to Bethel, and transgress. At Gilgal multiply transgression, and bring your sacrifices every morning, and your tithes after 3 years.
like I don't want to stare at a boy's
And
ass,
offer a
man.
sacrifice of
Fuck.
thanksgiving every morning, and proclaim and publish the free offerings. Just like you, O ye children of Israel, saith the Lord God.
Oh, I found a
And I
battery.
also have given you
Nice.
cleanness of teeth in all your cities, and want of bread in all your places. Yet have ye not returned unto me, saith the Lord. And also I have withholden the rain from you, when there were yet 3 months to the harvest, and I caused it to rain upon one city, and caused it not to rain upon another city. One piece was rained upon, and the piece whereupon it rained not withered. So 2 or 3 cities wandered unto one city to drink water, but they were not satisfied. Yet have ye not returned unto me, saith the Lord.
This sticky shit
I
out
have
the
smitten you with blasting and mildew, when your gardens and your vineyards and your fig trees and your olive trees increased, the palmer worm devoured them. Yet have ye not returned unto me, saith the Lord. I have sent among you the pestilence after the manner of Egypt.
Listen,
Your
you
young
don't
men have I
stop
slain with the
signing me
sword,
up
and
for
have taken
shit.
away your horses.
Please stop
And
signing me
made
up
the
for
skin
shit,
of your
dude.
camps to come up unto your nostrils. Yet have ye not returned unto me, saith the Lord. I have overthrown some of you, as God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah, and ye were as a firebrand
Watch.
plucked out of the burning. Yet have ye not returned unto me, saith the Lord. Therefore thus will I do unto thee, O Israel, and because I will do this unto thee, prepare to meet thy God, O Israel. For lo, he that formeth the mountains, and createth the wind,
I got AAA
and
batteries
declareth
here
unto
somewhere,
man what is
motherfucker.
his thought, that maketh the morning
Yeah.
dark, and treadeth upon the high places of the earth. The Lord, the God of hosts,
Oh shit.
is his name.
Yeah. Protector.
Amos 5. Hear ye this word which I take up against you, even a lamentation, O house of Israel. The virgin of Israel is fallen. She shall no more rise. She is forsaken upon her land. There is none to raise her up. For thus saith the Lord God, the city that went out by 1,000 shall leave 100, and that which went forth by 100 shall leave 10 to the house of Israel. For thus saith the Lord unto the house of Israel, seek ye me, and ye shall live. But seek not Bethel, nor enter into Gilgal, and pass not to Beersheba. For Gilgal shall surely go into captivity, and Bethel shall come to naught. Seek the Lord, and ye shall live, lest he break out like fire in the house of Joseph and devour it, and there be none to quench it in Bethel. Ye who turn judgment to wormwood and leave off righteousness in the earth, seek him that maketh the 7 stars and Orion, and turneth the shadow of death into the morning, and maketh the day dark with night, that calleth for the waters of the sea, and poureth them out upon the face of the earth. The Lord is his name. That strengtheneth the spoiled against the strong, so that the spoiled shall come against the fortress. They hate him that rebuketh in the gate, and they abhor him that speaketh uprightly. For as much therefore as your treading is upon the poor, and ye take from him burdens of wheat, ye have built houses of hewn stone, but ye shall not dwell in them. Ye have planted pleasant vineyards, but ye shall not drink wine of them. For I know your manifold transgressions and your mighty sins. They afflict the just, they take a bribe, and they turn aside the poor in the gate from their rights. Therefore the prudent shall keep silence in that time, for it is an evil time. Seek good, not evil, that ye may live. And so the Lord, the God of hosts, shall be with you, as ye have spoken. Hate the evil, and love the good, and establish judgment in the gate. It may be that the Lord God of hosts will be gracious unto the remnant of Joseph. Therefore the Lord, the God of hosts, the Lord saith thus, wailing shall be in all streets, and they shall say in all the highways, Alas, alas. And they shall call the husbandman to mourning, and such as are skillful of lamentation to wailing. And all vineyards shall be wailing, for I will pass through thee, saith the Lord. Woe unto you that desire the day of the Lord! To what end is it for you? The day of the Lord is darkness, and not light. As if a man did flee from a lion, and a bear
Fight,
bit him,
boy.
or went into the house, and leaned his hand on the wall, and a serpent bit him. Shall not the day of the Lord be darkness, and not light, even very dark, and no brightness in it? I despise your feast days, and I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. Though ye offer me burnt offerings and your meat offerings, I will not accept them, neither will I regard the peace offerings of your fat beasts. Take thou away from me the noise of thy songs. I will not hear the noise of thy bells. Let judgment run down his righteousness, and righteousness is his mercy. Have you offered unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel? But ye have borne the tabernacle of your Moloch, and China in your images, the star of your God which ye made to yourselves. Therefore will I cause you to go into captivity beyond Damascus, says the Lord, whose name is the God of hosts. Amos 6. Woe to them that are at ease.
Come on, man. Give me a
and
fucking
trust
double,
in the
triple
mountain
A.
of Samaria, which are named chief of the nations, to whom the house of Israel came. Pass ye unto Calneh, and see, and from thence go ye to Hamath the great, then go down to Gath of the Philistines. Be they better than these kingdoms, or their border greater than your border? Ye that put far away the evil day, and cause the seat of violence to come near, that lie upon beds of ivory, and stretch themselves upon their couches, and eat the lambs out of the flock, and the calves out of the midst of the stall, that chant the sound of the viol, and invent to themselves instruments of music like David, that drink wine in bowls, and anoint themselves with the cheap ointments, but they're not grieved for the affliction of Joseph. Therefore now shall they go captive, with the first that go captive, and the banquet of them that stretch themselves shall be removed. The Lord God hath sworn by himself, saith the Lord, the God of hosts. I abhor the excellency of Jacob, and hate his palaces. Therefore will I deliver up the city with all that is therein. And it shall come to pass, if there remain 10 men in one house, that they shall die. And a man's uncle shall take him up, and he that burneth him to bring out the bones out of the house, and shall say unto him that is by the sides of the house, Is there yet any with thee? And he shall say, No. Then shall he say, Hold thy tongue, for we may not make mention of the name of the Lord. For behold, the Lord commandeth, and he will smite the great house with breaches, and the little house with clefts. Shall horses run upon the rock, or one plow there with oxen? For ye have turned judgment into gall, and the fruit of righteousness into hemlock. Ye which rejoice in a thing of naught, which say, Have we not taken to us horns by our own strength? But behold, I will raise up against you a nation, O house of Israel, saith the Lord, the God of hosts, and they shall afflict you from the entering in of Hamath unto the river of the wilderness.
Did I grab him in the mail today? Holy fuck, this turned out better than the actual.
Amos 7. Thus hath the Lord God shown unto me, and behold, he formed grasshoppers in the beginning of the shooting up of the latter growth, and lo, it was the latter growth after the king's mowings. And it came to pass that when they had made an end of eating the grass of the land, then I said, O Lord God, forgive, I beseech thee. By whom shall Jacob arise? For he is small. The Lord repented for this. It shall not be, saith the Lord. Thus hath the Lord God shown unto me, and behold, the Lord God called to contend by fire, and it devoured the great deep, and did eat up a part. Then said I, O Lord God, cease, I beseech thee. By whom shall Jacob arise? For he is small. The Lord repented for this. This also shall not be, saith the Lord God. Thus he showed me, and behold, the Lord stood upon a wall made by a plumb line, with a plumb line in his hand. And the Lord said unto me, Amos, what seest thou? And I said, A plumb line. Then said the Lord, Behold, I will set a plumb line in the midst of my people Israel. I will not again pass by them any more. And the high places of Isaac shall be desolate, and the sanctuaries of Israel shall be laid waste. And I will rise against the house of Jeroboam with a sword. And then Amaziah the priest of Bethel sent to Jeroboam king of Israel, saying, Amos hath conspired against thee in the midst of the house of Israel. The land is not able to bear all his words. For thus Amos saith, Jeroboam shall die by the sword, and Israel shall surely be led away captive out of their own land. Also Amaziah said unto Amos, O thou seer, go, flee thee away into the land of Judah, and there eat bread, and prophesy there. But prophesy not again any more at Bethel, for it is the king's chapel, and it is the king's court. Then answered Amos and said to Amaziah, I was no prophet, neither was I a prophet's son, but I was an herdman, and a gatherer of sycamore fruit. And the Lord took me as I followed the flock. And the Lord said unto me, Go, prophesy unto my people Israel. Now therefore hear thou the word of the Lord. Thou sayest, Prophesy not against Israel, and drop not thy word against the house of Isaac. Therefore thus saith the Lord, Thy wife shall be an harlot in the city, and thy sons and thy daughters shall fall by the sword, and thy land shall be divided by land, and thou shalt die in a polluted land. And Israel shall surely go into captivity forth of his land. Amos 8. Thus hath the Lord God shown unto me, and behold, a basket of summer fruit. And he said, Amos, what seest thou? And I said, A basket of summer fruit. Then said the Lord unto me, The end is come upon my people of Israel. I will not again pass by them any more. And the songs of the temple shall be howlings in that day, saith the Lord God. There shall be many dead bodies in every place. They shall cast them forth with sights. Hear this, O ye that swallow up the needy, even to make the poor of the land to fail, saying, When will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn, and the Sabbath that we may set forth wheat, making the ephah small, and the shekel great, and falsifying the balances by deceit, that we may buy the poor for silver, and the needy for a pair of shoes, yea, and sell the refuse of the wheat. The Lord hath sworn by the excellency of Jacob, surely I will never forget any of their works. Shall not the land tremble for this, and everyone mourn that dwelleth therein? And it shall rise up wholly as a flood, and it shall be cast out and drowned as by the flood of Egypt. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Lord God, that I will cause the sun to go down at noon, and I will darken the earth in the clear day, and I will turn your feasts into mourning, and all your songs into lamentation. And I will bring up sackcloth upon all loins, and baldness upon every head, and I will make it as the morning of an only son, and the end thereof as a bitter day. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord God, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor a thirst for water, but of hearing the words of the Lord. And they shall wander from sea to sea, and from the north even to the east. They shall run to and fro to seek the word of the Lord, and shall not find it. In that day shall the fair virgins and young men faint for thirst. They that swear by the sin of Samaria, and say, Thy God, O Dan, liveth, and the manner of Beersheba liveth. Even they shall fall, and never rise up again.
You take my PayPal card. Someone might send $6. No, they might, just in case they do. I'll call them on. I gotta find my card.
Upon the altar. And he said, Smite the lintel of the door, that the posts may shake, and cut them in the head, all of them. And I will slay
Oh,
the
come
least
on.
with the sword. He that fleeth of them shall not flee away.
Hold
He that
on.
escapeth of them shall not be delivered.
Hold
Though they
on.
dig into hell, thence shall mine hand take them, though they climb up to heaven.
I can't find my fucking.
And though they hide themselves in the top of Carmel, I will search and take them out thence. And though they be hid from my sight in the bottom of the sea, thence will I command the serpent, and he shall bite them. And though they go into captivity before their enemies, thence will I command the sword, and it shall slay them. And I will set mine eyes upon them for evil, and not for good. And the Lord God of hosts is he that toucheth the land, and it shall melt, and all that dwell therein shall mourn, and it shall rise up wholly like a flood, and shall be drowned as by the flood of Egypt. It is he that buildeth his stories in the heaven, and hath founded his troop in the earth. he that calleth for the waters of the sea, and poureth them out upon the face of the earth. The Lord is his name. Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, saith the Lord? Have not I brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt, and the Philistines from Caphtor, and the Syrians from Kir? Behold, the eyes of the Lord God are upon the sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth. Saving that, I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, saith the Lord. For lo, I will command, and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations, like as corn is sifted in a sieve, yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth. All the sinners of my people shall die by the sword, which say, the evil shall not overtake nor prevent us. In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof. And I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old, that they may possess the remnant of Edom, and of all the heathen which are called by my name, saith the Lord that doeth this. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that the plowman shall overtake the reaper, and the treader of grapes, him that soweth seed, and the mountain shall drop sweet wine, and all the hills shall melt. And I will bring again the captivity of my people of Israel, and they shall build the waste cities, and inhabit them, and they shall plant vineyards, and drink the wine thereof. They shall also make gardens, and eat the fruit of them. And I will plant them upon their land, and they shall no more be pulled up out of their land which I have given them, saith the Lord thy God. See the doors of the shadow of death. Hast thou perceived the breadth of the earth? Declare if thou knowest it all. Where is the way where light dwelleth? And as for darkness, where is the place thereof? That thou shouldst take it to the bound thereof, and that thou shouldst know the paths to the house thereof. Knowest thou it because thou wast then born, or because the number of thy days is great? Hast thou entered into the treasures of the snow? Or hast thou seen the treasures of the hail which I have reserved against the time of trouble, against the day of battle and war? By what way is the light parted, which scattereth the east wind upon the earth? Who hath divided a water course for the overflowing of waters, or a way for the lightning of thunder, to cause it to rain on the earth, where no man is, on the wilderness, wherein there is no man, to satisfy the desolate and waste ground, and to cause the bud of the tender herb to spring forth? Hath the rain a father, or who hath begotten the drops of dew? Out of whose womb came the ice, and the hoary frost of heaven, who hath engendered it? The waters are hid as with a stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion? Canst thou bring forth Mazzaroth in his season, or canst thou guide Arcturus with his sons? Knowest thou the ordinances of heaven? Canst thou set the dominion thereof in the earth? Canst thou lift up thy voice to the clouds, that abundance of waters may cover thee?
Oh, you son of a
Canst thou
bitch.
send lightnings that
Fuck
they may
you.
go, and say unto thee, here we are? Who hath put wisdom in the inward?
I can't fucking.
Who hath given understanding to the heart?
Fucking.
Who can number the clouds in wisdom, or who can stay the bottles of heaven, when the dust groweth into hardness, and the clods cleave fast together? Wilt thou hunt the prey for the lion, or fill the appetite of the young lions when they couch in their dens and abide within the covert to lie in wait? Who provideth for the raven his food, when his young ones cry unto God? They
on,
want
man.
lack of meat. Job 39. Knowest thou the time when the wild goats of the rock bring forth? Or canst thou mark when the hinds do calve? Canst thou number the months that they fulfill? Or knowest thou the time when they bring forth? They bow themselves. They bring forth their young ones. They cast out their sorrows. Their young ones are in good liking. They grow up with corn. They go forth, and return not unto them. Who hath sent out the wild ass free? Or who hath loosed the bands of the wild ass? Whose house I have made in the wilderness, and the barren land his dwellings. He scorneth the multitude of the city, neither regardeth he the crying of the driver. The range of the mountains is his pasture, and he searcheth after every green thing. Will the unicorn be willing to serve thee, or abide by thy crib? Canst thou bind the unicorn with his band in the furrow? Or will he harrow the valleys after thee? Wilt thou trust him because his strength is great? Or wilt thou leave thy labor to him? Wilt thou believe him, that he will bring home thy seed and gather it into thy barn? Gavest thou the goodly wings unto the peacocks, or wings and feathers unto the ostrich, which leaveth her eggs in the earth, and warmeth them in dust, and forgetteth that the foot may crush them, or that the wild beast may break them? She is hardened against her young ones, as though they were not hers. Her labor is in vain without fear. Because God hath deprived her of wisdom, neither hath he imparted to her understanding. What time she lifteth up herself on high, she scorneth the horse and his rider. Hast thou given the horse strength? Hast thou clothed his neck with thunder? Canst thou make him afraid as a grasshopper? The glory of his nostrils is terrible. He poureth in the valley, and rejoiceth in his strength. He goeth on to meet the armed men. He mocketh at fear, and is not affrighted, neither turneth he back from the sword. The quiver rattleth against him, the glittering spear and the shield. He swalloweth the ground with fierceness and rage. Neither believeth he that it is the sound of the trumpet. He saith among the trumpets, Ha, ha! And he smelleth the battle afar off, the thunder of the captains, and the shouting. Doth the hawk fly by thy wisdom, and stretch her wings toward the south? Doth the eagle mount up at thy command, and make her nest on high? She dwelleth and abideth on the rock, upon the crag of the rock, and the strong place. From thence she seeketh the prey, and her eyes behold afar off. Her young ones also suck up blood, and where the slain are, there is she. Job 40. Moreover, the Lord answered Job and said, Shall he that contendeth with the Almighty instruct him? He that reproveth God, let him answer it. Then Job answered the Lord and said, Behold, I am vile. What shall I answer thee? I will lay mine hand upon my mouth. Once have I spoken, but I will not answer, yea, twice, but I will proceed no further. Then answered the Lord unto Job out of the whirlwind, and said, Gird up thy loins now like a man. I will demand of thee, and declare thou unto me. Wilt thou also disannul my judgment? Wilt thou condemn me that thou mayest be righteous? Hast thou an arm like God? Or canst thou thunder with a voice like him? Deck thyself now with majesty and excellency, and array thyself with glory and beauty. Cast abroad the rage of thy wrath, and behold every one that is proud and abase him. Look on every one that is proud, and bring him low, and tread down the wicked in their place. Hide them in the dust together, and bind their faces in secret. Then will I also confess unto thee that thine own right hand can save thee. Behold now Behemoth, which I made with thee. He eateth grass as an ox, lo now, his strength is in his loins, and his force is in the navel of his belly. He moveth his tail like a cedar, the sinews of his stones are wrapped together. His bones are the strong pieces of brass, his bones are like bars of iron. He is the chief of the ways of God. He that made him can make his sword to approach unto him. Surely the mountains bring him forth food, where all the beasts of the field play. He lieth under the shady trees in the covert of the reed and fens. The shady trees cover him with their shadow. The willows of the brook compass him about. Behold, he drinketh up a river, and hasteth not. He trusteth that he can draw up Jordan into his mouth. He taketh it with his eyes. His nose pierceth through snares. Job 41. Didst thou draw out Leviathan with an hook, or his tongue with a cord which thou lettest down? Didst thou put an hook into his nose, or bore his jaw through with a thorn? Will he make many supplications unto thee?
I fucking
Will
think
he
it's
speak soft words unto thee?
tell her there's $1.06 on there for batteries.
Forever? Wilt thou play with him as with a bird, or wilt thou bind him for thy maidens? Shall the companions make a banquet of him? Shall they part him among the merchants? Canst thou fill his skin with barbed irons, or his head with fish spears? Lay thy hand upon him.
That's cool.
Remember the
Okay,
battle. Do no
Sure,
more.
fucking blood
Behold,
pressure.
the hope of him is in
That's
vain.
okay.
Shall not one be cast down even at the sight of him? None is so
Ah!
that dare stir him up.
Ah!
Who then is able to stand before me? Prevent me that I should repay him. Whatsoever is under the whole heaven is mine. I will not conceal his parts, nor his power, nor his comely portion. Who can discover the face of his garments, or who can come to him with his double bridle? Who can open the doors of his face? His teeth are terrible round about. His scales are as pride, shut up together as with a close seal. One is so near to another that no air can come between them. They are joined one to another. They stick together, that they cannot be sundered. By his sneezings a light doth shine, and his eyes are like the eyelids of the morning. Out of his mouth go burning lamps, and sparks of fire leap out. Out of his nostrils goeth smoke, as out of a seething pot or cauldron. His breath kindleth coals, and a flame goeth out of his mouth. In his neck remaineth strength, and sorrow is turned into joy before him. The flakes of his flesh are joined together. They are firm in themselves. They cannot be moved. His heart
the batteries.
is as firm as a stone, yea, as hard as a piece of the nether millstone. When he raiseth up himself, the mighty are afraid. By reason of breakings they purify themselves. The sword of him that layeth at him cannot hold, the spear, the dart, nor the habergeon. He esteemeth iron as straw, and brass as rotten wood. The arrow cannot make him flee. Slingstones are turned with him into stubble. Darts are counted as stubble. He laugheth at the shaking of a spear. Sharp stones are under him. He spreadeth sharp pointed things upon the mire. He maketh the deep to boil like a pot. He maketh the sea like a pot of ointment. He maketh the path to shine after him. One would think the deep to be hoary. Upon earth there is not his like, who is made without fear. He beholdeth all high things. He is a king over all the children of pride.
We got Nikola Tesla up in here, y'all.
Job 42. Then Job answered the Lord and said, I know that thou canst do everything, and that no thought can be withholden from thee. Who is he that hideth counsel without knowledge? Therefore have I uttered that I understood not, things too wonderful for me which I knew not. Hear, I beseech thee, and I will speak. I will demand of thee, and declare thou unto me. I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eye seeth thee. Wherefore I abhor myself, and repent in dust and ashes. And it was so that after the Lord had spoken these words unto Job,
Jeez.
the Lord said to Eliphaz,
Why is it so hot in here, man?
My wrath is kindled against thee, and against thy two friends. For ye have not spoken of me the thing that is right, as my servant Job hath. Therefore take unto you now 7 bullocks and 7 rams, and go to my servant
Fucking
Job,
Dawson, you
and
still
offer
on
for yourselves a
song.
burnt offering. And my servant Job shall pray for you. For him will I accept,
Back.
lest I deal with you after your folly. in that ye have not spoken of me the thing which is right, like my servant Job. So Eliphaz the Temanite,
finish
and
all
Bildad
this?
the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naamathite went and did according as the Lord commanded them. The Lord also
I didn't know you could get
accepted
curated,
Job.
man.
And the Lord turned the captivity of Job when he prayed for his friends. Also the Lord gave Job.
Alright, so I got several calls from this number that's flagged on my phone.
My phone's so fucking slow, man. I haven't crashed yet, so that's good. Like, I'm not... Like, there's no restoration staff. What's going on, bro? What's happening? I don't have restoration staff. A restoration staff skill not appearing.
I'm gonna tell you the true story of a registered pedophile, Dual County Sheriff in Chapel, Nebraska, and his deputies used me to harm me, to harass me, to threaten me, to intimidate me, to assault me more than once. The man's name is Robert Frank Morning. Now I'm going to tell this story just a little bit different. We're going to try to put you in the story. Instead of me in this story, it's going to be you.
What the fuck is
Alright,
going
so
on?
there's this guy that you know. He's dated one of your friends and had a kid with one of your friends and has invited you over to dinner more than once. You've heard rumors about this guy, but you know, it's a small town. Whenever somebody decides that they don't like somebody, they will run around slandering everybody's name. So basically, if you're there for a full year, you're going to get to hear that everybody in town is a pedophile, basically. Nobody cares if it's true or not. And it's entirely based on, well, primarily based on the looks or your family name. Let me pause for a moment to get my notes. So, then you have a friend who's killed. And the news paints you as a bad person. Now, this is a person that you've never had an issue with before. But then, after all that stuff on the news trying to paint you as a bad person, well, this person, who is actually a registered sex offender, decides that they're going to target you, that they're going to threaten your life, and that they're going to assault you. Now, when you try to go to the police, you're brushed off, blown off, and ignored. So you go public about it. You go to Facebook, you go to YouTube, you speak up about it. You go to your friends, they blow you off. Obviously, you have to go public about it. This is what's happening. This is who is harming me. This is how I'm treated when I try to turn it in. So then you've got a friend of yours, right? Let's give him a name. Chris
Dirty
Stegman,
fucking.
right? So your friend Chris Stegman,
Oh man, this is bad.
also
I didn't even
happens to
get-
be a pedophile, just not
Look,
registered.
look how many
because he
belts I
didn't get
got,
caught.
man. Arm cops. One jack.
So, of course, do you want to be friends with a pedophile? Well, you don't know that this guy's a pedophile until he actually admits it to you. Alright? So, at this point, he hasn't admitted to you that he's a pedophile.
14 helmets.
He hasn't admitted that he had sex with a 14-year-old girl when he was in his 20s. He also told me the name of that girl, by the way. Her name is Jamie. I also know her last name. So, your friend Chris, well, his dad wants a bunch of trees taken out in the backyard.
Yeah.
Chris gives you an axe. You can keep this axe if you cut down the trees
14
in the backyard
bows.
or in his backyard. And then, the guy that you're staying with, let's give him a name. Let's call him Dallas Richmond. He's an alcoholic, and he's got some work that needs done, and you've got an axe, and he wants to use your axe to get this work done. Now, your axe has been over at Chris Stegeman's, because that's where you're
Chris
using it.
Stegeman's.
But now you need to carry it from Chris Stegeman's, or Chris Stegeman's dad's place, all the way to where Dallas Richmond lives, so that Dallas Richmond can use it. Meanwhile, you have back problems, so it's going to take you a while to get these trees cut down. You're not able to do a full day's work because you have disabilities that prevent you from doing so, but you absolutely need the money, so you're doing the work. So then you try to turn in Robert Franklin Warnick for threatening your life and for assaulting you. And you've been trying to do it. But instead, what happens is the police
None of my shit's
don't
on.
care. So then you have to literally record in case he does this again. Because you didn't catch him recording it the first time. You didn't even expect this shit the first time. So then the guy starts pretending that you're stalking him and his family. And he's afraid for his kids.
Okay.
And his neighbor across the street, Leslie Snell, and her husband, Carl Snell, are running around telling people they're going to run me out of town and saying they're going to put me in the ground. Things of that nature. Telling that kind of stuff to Carl Snell, who's Clint Snell's brother. And then Carl Snell is coming and telling you about this, being threatening towards you with other people. Right? You're having to deal with all of this stuff. So then, you literally have to record the evidence of which you have to go through. You have to record that you can't go through Chapel, Nebraska without having to walk by the house of somebody who has threatened your life or fucking assaulted you. Now, while you're doing that, registered pedophile Robert Franklin Warnick decides, since he saw you, that it's okay to get into his vehicle and try to run you down with his vehicle, get out of his vehicle, smack your hand, push you and shove you and scream at you and threaten you some more. And then when you try to turn that into the police, he's broken your phone. Sure, it's recorded the fucking assault, but your phone's broken. You gotta try to get that fixed. Then, of course, what happens? You get arrested for stalking this guy with literally zero evidence of stalking because nobody's stalking the dude. Nobody is fucking stalking Robert Franklin Warnick. And he gets to use the excuse that you had an axe. So you have to go to your friend Chris Stegeman and your friend Chris Stegeman's dad and say, hey, you know that axe you gave me? Yeah, these guys are pretending that because I walked the axe that you gave me from here where I was using it for work, and you can verify that, to Dallas Richmond's where I was using it for work, and Dallas Richmond can verify that. Will you please come forward about that? Oh, no. They can't do that. They don't want to get involved. Motherfucker, the only reason I had an axe was because of you.
What is that stuff?
The only reason I was carrying an axe is because of you. The only reason I was in possession of an axe is because of you. It's because I was helping you with something that you asked me to help you with. Now put yourself in that position. Your predators, who have actually physically assaulted you, get to pretend like you're out to get them
Because you were fucking working and using a goddamn tool. And it's the right tool for the fucking job. It wasn't the only tool I used. I also used saws.
Damn. 50. How is this? Look how gay community.
What I'm going to talk to you about today comes from my heart, from my experience in life, from playing this role as messenger, which I take very seriously, from my efforts to wake up the American people, from my family, from all the letters that I get, the people that I talk to, just like I've talked to many of you here today. I've learned some things, and I think these things need to be passed on to you. And I think you need to start examining yourself, your agenda, your mission. Who are you? What are you about? What do you believe about America? Is it true? Are you helping to divide us more? Or are you helping to bring us together? Do you really understand what this country is all about?
Fucking malls, bro.
If you listened to shortwave radio throughout the 1990s, you were bound to invariably come across the sound of a captivating voice in the wilderness. That authoritative and self-assured voice for 5 nights a week would educate us, enlighten us, and most importantly, warn us of things to come.
So they disguised their true intent and their true teachings, the
Art Bell.
esoteric, with a system of exoteric descriptions. That to the profane would mean one thing, and to the initiate or the adept would mean quite another. But that was then. This is now. What sort of creature inhabits the modern domain? Who is the modern man?
That voice spoke to us of matters esoteric and exoteric, political and supernatural, scientific and lawful. That voice was world-renowned author, radio show host, and ex-Naval Intelligence Officer Milton William Cooper, otherwise known as Bill.
Yeah, I was reared in a military family. My father is an Air Force colonel. He's retired now. He's a command pilot. And I traveled all over the world. I lived on military bases for most of my life. I was really an indoctrinated individual. And what I said, I was as established as you could get, as gung-ho, pro-government, pro-America, pro-military. And that's why I went into the military, because that had been so much of my life. I went into the Air Force. I was in the Strategic Air Command for 4 years as an aircraft and missile hydraulic technician.
Bill left the Air Force in 1965 to join the United States Navy. Cooper was a member of the Office of Naval Security and Intelligence, serving as a harbor and river patrol boat captain at Da Nang and the Don Ha River Security Group, Qua Viet, Republic of Vietnam. William Cooper was awarded several medals for his leadership in heroism during combat, including 2 with V for valor. He served on the intelligence briefing team for the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet. It was during this time Bill would witness something that would forever change his life.
while we were on in transit from the Portland, Seattle area, on the surface, I actually saw, I was before Lookout, and I saw the most incredible thing that I think I've ever seen in my life. And it had such a profound effect upon my view of the universe and the world that we live in, that I wish everybody could experience this. I saw coming out of the ocean, from beneath the surface of the sea, a huge disc-shaped craft about the size of a Midway-class aircraft carrier, which is tremendous in size. Came up out of the ocean and rose into the air and tumbled on its axis and went up into the clouds, and I was awestruck, dumbstruck. And I mean dumbstruck literally, I could not utter a sound. And my first impulse was to tell the officer of the deck that I'd seen a flying saucer, but luckily for me, I couldn't talk. So I told the officer of the deck that I'd seen something about 15 degrees off the port bow at a relative distance of about 2.5 nautical miles. And he began to look in that area. And the starboard lookout had heard me tell him this, and he began to look over there. And it did something that, as far as I knew, was absolutely impossible. I'd been in the Air Force, I'd worked on the state-of-the-art of our aviation capabilities. And here I was on the deck of a submarine in conning tower, and I knew what we had to be able to have to go underwater, and I knew that the two were incompatible. Here's something that came from under the water and flew in the air and performed maneuvers, and then came back down and interfaced with the water at tremendous speed and remained intact, which realistically, it never touched the water. The water was sort of grabbed the open control. Something had to interface with it. Anything that we had that interfaced with the water in that manner would have been sort of something a brick wall. So I was looking at a technology.
I need to clean up this fucking controller.
As far as our laws of physics and what we knew
I forgot I destroyed like the
but when we reached
D-pad
Pearl
on
Harbor,
it.
we were not
Something
allowed to
else
go
I don't know
ashore.
about. But it's like
To go on Liberty, even though we didn't have to do it. And about 2 hours after we
She got like
submarine base,
600
for the officer
pops.
told us
I
going
can't
forward.
stand fucking pop.
And
Pop, pop,
we
pop,
briefed
pop,
each
pop.
one of us individually
Pop,
in
pop,
captain's
pop.
statement. And the ultimate outcome of the briefing was that we didn't see anything, we didn't hear anything, and we
Really
had
bad
rules and
stomach ache.
regulations that told us that if we ever talked about what it was that we didn't see, that we could be imprisoned, we could be fined $10,000, we could lose all pay and allowances we were able to come do. And I learned at that moment that the United States Navy didn't want anybody to know.
Dude, I really should start buying the carried and shit.
And
And it's
severe consequences could come down on anybody who did.
This one event had started
Shut
Bill on
back,
what
Bar.
would become a lifelong quest that would lead him into investigative territories such as extraterrestrial life, high-level government cover-ups, and
Back
the role
bar.
secret societies play in all these scenarios. Bill had begun to publicly discuss his findings only to lose his leg after being forced off the road by people
William
who
Cooper lost his
came
leg.
in the hospital telling him to keep quiet. Bill went public once again, made sure this time he was protected.
Originally back, I guess when Bill was first starting to release all of this material, he had released a document called The Secret Government, subtitled The Origin, Identity, and Purpose of MJ-12. And Bill had spent a considerable amount of his fortune at that time, not that there was any fortune, but a considerable amount of his money, into the tens of thousands of dollars, to get this document released and disseminated across North America and the world. So he had mailed it to all sorts of congressmen, key political figures, as well as some friends and family and things like that, just so people would have this document in their hands.
And that's how I protected myself. At least that's what I thought would protect me, and so far it's proven to be right, was that if I got literally in front of the public overnight, in front of a large public, that they wouldn't do anything to me because it would substantiate what it was that I'm saying. And they certainly don't want to do that. But also create a martyr. and martyrs create tremendously dangerous political movements that they don't know.
Libistor. Why is it constantly saying that? Libistor.
So literally, within a
Right.
24-hour
Connected.
period, I spent $27,000 daily on thick packet of information all over the world to people I never heard of, didn't know. Anytime I got some man in this, I just mailed the stuff all over the world. And I've been in front of the public ever since. So I think basically those are the reasons. They don't believe that the public's willing to listen to me. And so far, that's been true. There is a small group of people all over the world who are awakening, who are beginning to understand that they've been living their life in fantasy land, and who are actively seeking the truth. But by and large, when the secret power structure says, as I've put in the first chapter of my book, right out of one of their own technical manuals, that a nation, a world of people who do not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence and thus are snakes on the table by choice and consent. They're absolutely right about the majority of people.
And Bill was frightened for his life back in those days. And he needed some way to get the information out to a large number of people. And keep in mind, this was in the days long before the internet, so there was no real practical, very easy way for people to do this kind of disseminating their information or documents that they had. It was very difficult back in those days, and the only way would have been through probably the printed word would have been the easiest way. So that's what Bill had done. He'd made many copies of this secret government.
The secret government was an amalgamation of Bill's continued research into UFO phenomena and was first introduced at the MUFON Symposium on July 2nd, 1989 in Las Vegas, Nevada. The document highlighted his research into the UFO crash in the late 40s in Roswell, New Mexico, and documents that alluded to President Truman's knowledge of extraterrestrial life and his administration's efforts to keep it quiet. Cooper had seen these documents while serving in naval intelligence.
But eventually, when they began to have confidence in me, I began to see things coming across my desk that were just absolutely incredible. And a lot of it is really hard to talk about because it's so far outside the normal concept of reality for the average American that they're going to find a hard time believing any of it. But I saw documents that were labeled under the classification top secret and the compartmentalized the compartment that was put into was called Magic, MAJIC. Which told me that UFOs are real, which I already knew. I'd seen one. But this went farther than that. It told me that they were extraterrestrial in origin, that there were 4 different extraterrestrial species or races visiting this Earth, and that they had actually entered into an agreement with the United States government with one of these species of alien beings to exchange technology, and it told me all the projects that was underneath this. Project Red Light was actually the testing of extraterrestrial craft. Project Plato was a diplomatic project. Pounce was the recovery of technology. Pluto was the application of that technology to our own secret space program, not the public space program. There are 2 different space programs. One is what the public gets to see, which is overseen by NASA, and the other one is a secret space program that nobody gets to see, which is really overseen by the Navy Department under specialized compartmentalized black projects. I also saw documents under an operation called Operation Majority, which outlined the plans to bring together a one world government. It also included extraterrestrial information within that. Project Grudge, which was the second project. First was Sign, and then Project Grudge, which contained all of the extraterrestrial information up to a certain point, I forget the year cutoff, and then it was continued after that in another project called Project Aquarius, which was the accumulation of the whole history of alien interaction on planet Earth. But I have to say at this point that I don't know if those documents were really telling the truth.
Bill, at
Ha,
this time,
ha,
was
ha,
acquiring
ha,
a reputation as a UFO specialist.
Ha.
Unlike others in the movement at that time, Bill's credibility was unique because of his experience in naval intelligence. In the late 1990s, however,
Bro.
Bill reconsidered much of what he
fuck
was
is going
saying,
on?
as his research led him to believe the technology he and others were witnessing may have been the creation of our own government, created and tested in areas such as the infamous
government.
Boone Lake,
Our
Area
government.
51 in Nevada, where Bill filmed his documentary,
I
Project
gotta open this
Red
other
Light.
fucking window.
Bill was actually the first one to go to Area 51 and start filming some of these UFOs or alien spacecraft, whatever they may have been. Bill always maintained that it was a military base, which it is. We all know that now. In the early days, the U.S. military refused to even acknowledge it existed until Bill Cooper got a satellite photograph from the Russians, which proved it existed. We could see the landing strips, all this kind of stuff, and clearly there was some sort of infrastructure there. There were buildings and something was happening. So Bill decided, for a number of years, was taking expeditions up to Area 51. He would take people there, and maybe one night they wouldn't see anything at all, but most nights there was some UFO activity.
Doyle Shamrock, a Gulf War veteran and Army reservist, had paralleled Bill's quest for answers. The two met at a research conference Doyle had been arranging, and soon the two became tight research allies. Doyle would eventually leave the reserve and join Bill in Arizona to conduct full-time research up until Bill's death.
Then he realized his research at the time was heavily with Lars Hansen and many of them in the UFO. And he realized that most of them, a lot of them, Con and Middle, I have the documents, admitted to being working for
pretty good. I
even
mean,
past or
that's
still
what
being
it
on the
is, pretty
CIA
good.
payroll.
Fucking,
And he exposed it
yeah, the
heavily.
wood tips, right?
Speaking engagements and accused them
Of course, like this
of
other window was
falsifying
has this fucking
facts, as they call them,
plastic on
to
it.
steer people away from an eventual finding out of all the facts and sending down all these wild goose chases.
In all the history of the world, folks, if we were really being visited
I
by
don't know, it's
extraterrestrial
fucking
life,
fun
I
stuff, but I just put like the time on here and all that.
don't you think so? And how come the government always gets there first? It's podunk time. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's a farmer milking his cow, falling costs and crashes, and the government gets there before he can get from his cow to the
fucking
plant.
William Cooper movie. William Cooper documentary talking about fucking aliens and shit.
It's ridiculous. And I shudder to think that in the beginning, when I first came public, I may have been misleading somebody along those lines that this whole thing is being brought about by extraterrestrials.
Bro, I need a fucking.
I think some of us were
right now.
really used in the service of our country and very angry about that.
He then realized that the scope of it was not going to be handled by just searching the paranormal. We had to get more into our worldly realm, right here, right now, the politics, the economics. And that's when he shifted more towards government type studies.
In the history of the world, there's never been a people who were truly free or who truly ruled themselves until the United States of America was created as a republic by which we rule ourselves through elected representatives whom we sent to the State House, either in the States or to Congress, to do it. They also gave us every tool by which we would destroy ourselves if we weren't capable of doing it.
Oh my
The
god.
United States and France, the revolution in this country and the revolution in France were created to bring about governments which would function as the antithesis to the kings and queens of the world
Use my
and
fucking
cause them
stomach.
to topple off their thrones. It also gave man a chance to prove once and for all whether he could rule himself or not. And if he could, fine. That would be the New World Order. If he couldn't, they built the tools into the Constitution to allow them to take it away from us. And those tools are the creation of the federal democracy within the boundaries of Washington, D.C., and the right to contract. through which if we were irresponsible, we would contract to receive rights from that federal democracy and thus in return give up our freedom. And that's exactly what's happening.
After lecturing, releasing documents, and doing talk radio for a number of years, Bill had finally synthesized his research, life experiences, and philosophical insights into what would become one of the most popular underground conspiracy books of all time. Behold a Pale Horse.
Beyond a doubt, I think the work that introduced Bill Cooper to the world has to be Behold a Pale Horse. Now, Bill had released a lot of other documents and things, but up until 1991, when the book was published, self-funded, by the way, the book starts out with Bill describing himself, who Bill Cooper is. He was reared in an Air Force family, goes through his early childhood years up to when he came back from Vietnam, and then where he got all of this information that he was putting into his book and why he felt compelled that he had to release this information.
This title is from the book of Revelations, because I have to tell you this, and you may think I'm nuts if you want to, but this is the truth. Either these men are following the book of Revelation. The book of Revelation is in the Bible. Mm-hmm. They're either following it, just like a plan, and bringing the prophecies in there to pass, to manipulate and control those who believe in those prophecies and neutralize them, so to speak. In other words, if this is written in the Bible and God has ordained it, who am I to resist? It must come to pass, so I'm not going to try to stop it. What a perfect way to neutralize the opposition right off the bat. Or there really is a God, and what he said was going to come to pass is coming to pass. And I named this Behold a Pale Horse from chapter 13 of the book of Revelations. The fourth horseman of the apocalypse is the pale horse. And I looked, and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat upon him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with the beasts of the earth. And that is taking place now today. The fourth horseman is riding across the world now. That's what AIDS is all about. That's what all these little brush fire wars all over the world are all about. That's what's happening. That's why cancer cures are suppressed. So it's not hidden at all. It's there for anybody who wants to look. And I get people who still come to me all the time and say, Bill, you're all wrong. It's the Jews. The Jews are subverting the world. Man, it's not the Jews. It's not the Catholics. It's not the blacks. It's these men who belong to the ancient mystery schools, who meet in secret to decide the fate of the world. And they belong to all different races and all different nationalities and all different religions to the public point of view. But in secret, it's a different story.
Bill's second major contribution, and arguably his most compelling, was the 42 hours worth of dedicated broadcasts into the history, origins, and agendas of secret societies. The series was simply called Mystery Babylon, and began with an interpretation of the Stanley Kubrick classic 2001, A Space Odyssey.
To simplify, I guess we could say that Bill took us on a journey through the language, religion, and symbology of the elite, the power structure. What do these people believe? He started out with something modern and then took us way back into the ancient texts of the mystery schools, ancient Egypt, some of the beliefs and mythology of ancient Egypt, tons and tons of Masonic works and other mystery texts.
You're listening to the Hour of the Thumb. I'm your host, William Cooper. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we begin the origin, the history, the dogma, and the identity of the ancient mystery religions which are now known as the mystery schools, the Order of the Quest, Freemasonry, the ancient order of the Rose and Cross, the Knights Templar, the sovereign and military order of the Knights of Malta, the order of St. John of Jerusalem, the Priory de Sion, the Thule Society, are sometimes known as the Thule Society, the Order, the Skull and Bones, the Russell Trust, the Jason Society, the Scroll and Key, the Illuminati, and I could go on and on and on and on. But the most important thing to realize is that they all have been collectively known throughout the ages as the mystery schools, the Illuminati, which literally means illumined ones. They are all one and the same, as you will come to know. And you will understand perfectly how they've been able to infiltrate all of our society. What you hear tonight does not necessarily reflect my views, our beliefs, our religion. They have ruled from the shadows, you see? And they call themselves the guardians of the secrets of the ages. And their first religion was called astrotheology, or the worship of the heavens. And their first object of worship was the sun. The second object of worship was the moon. And everywhere you see the mystery schools or the mystery religion, you will see the symbols of the sun and the moon, also known as Osiris and Isis. For in the religion of the mystery schools, they believe that man was held prisoner in the Garden of Eden by an unjust and vindictive God. And that man was not told by this unjust and vindictive God that he could have the same power. And man was set free from the bonds of ignorance by Lucifer to his agent Satan, and many believe that the two are the same. That's okay, because maybe they are. And that through the gift of intellect, man himself will become God. Now, for those of you who understand what I am imparting to you now, you may not even have to listen any farther, for it explains everything that has ever happened in the history of man, and everything that is happening now, and all that is to happen in the future. They believe that the tree-dwelling ancestors of man were among the most intelligent beings of their distant age. And when these creatures finally abandoned the trees and walked fully upright, freeing their hands to serve as implements of their minds as well as their bodies, there began the most successful evolutionary drive toward higher intelligence ever witnessed in nature. Now notice Lucifer was called the son of the morning star. It was also called the morning star, and there is a great mystery here, because Christ also called himself the morning star. But I have been told by those who have been initiated in the mystery schools that Christ and Lucifer are one and the same being. What you believe, of course, is your own business, and it's not my intention to make you believe anything, but rather to impart to you what I have learned over many, many years of study into the secrets of those who worship the ancient mystery religions in secret for thousands of years. I do not advise you what you should believe or not believe. But I do advise you that we all need to learn as much as we can about everything that we can because one thing I have learned in my life is that most of what we have ever been taught has been a lie. And that whoever these people are, who are the priests, the adepts, the initiates, the mystery schools, they are in control, and they are shaping the future, and that future will affect all of us, so we had better learn as much about them as we can.
One of the brilliant things about Bill was that he was able to fluidly switch between when he was reading to when he was commenting, so that sometimes it was imperceivable. He had such a fantastic grasp of the English language that he could speak to you almost the same way that these ancient texts do.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
And so they ordered his execution. It was actually ordered by the policy committee of the Bilderberg Group in The Hague and Geneva, Switzerland, and was carried out by agents of the secret government in Dallas. The man who actually administered the coup de grace was the driver of the car, William Greer. We have a film in beautiful living color that you can actually see with your own eyes William Greer turn with an assassination pistol in his left hand and shoot the president point blank in the head over his right shoulder. It's incredible. It's been hidden from the public for all these years, but the same film has been shown on television for all these years, but they've always zoomed right in on Kennedy and cut the driver out, so you can never see it. It's the Zapruder film. It was never shown to the Warren Commission. They never saw it.
By this time, Bill had become a popular lecturer, author, and radio show host. His shortwave radio program, The Hour of the Time, could be heard 5 nights a week throughout the world.
It was an event. It was always exciting, waiting for the hour of the time to come on, turning on your shortwave and hoping that that night that the propagation was good across the airwaves. There was an anticipation for the hour of the time coming on. Loved the intro music.
listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. For the first time in the history of the world, man was free. Literally, a king and queen in his or her own right. Over the years, that promise has extended to many other peoples. That promise eliminated slavery. That promise has caused poor, unhappy people living under tyranny all over the world to set their eyes on the shores of this country. There's only one thought in their mind: to get here however they had to get here, and even if they had to die in the process, in order that they could also be free.
Thank you for getting 46 heartbeats. I do appreciate it. I was just curious on how many we get. So I know we're not going to hit 1,000, but...
Imaginary New World Order.
TikTok course.
Under a United Nations Charter, that it will do away with war forever. If you believe that, if you really believe that and you fall for that deception, will be so strong for the rest of your life.
He had such a way with radio. Really took me back to, I think, the PT readers, when people used to sit around the radio and listen to it. That's what would happen in my living room. Friends would come over and we'd listen to Bill Cooper, and there was a certain nostalgia to it, but the fact that he was dealing with all of these current events and things that were happening right before our eyes added more drama to the whole situation.
Every time any church gets control of government, the people suffer. It has always happened. That's why our founding fathers established a country where that was not supposed to happen, where everybody was free to worship at the altar of their choice. And if you think they were all of one mind, you better think again. How many religions of the Protestant group do you think existed in this country when our founding fathers put together the Constitution? Over 1,500 different groups, all claiming they were right, teaching a different dogma, quoting scripture to justify what they said, and everybody else was going to hell. So don't give me this Christian nation bullshit, because that's what it is.
I'm very too scared to talk about the Jews. Why are they all scared, bro? Well, I know why. Can someone please help my gram get batteries so we can check her blood pressure? And
45 cents.
Always trust everyone to be themselves, but trust
Fuck this, I'm gonna do it later. Yeah. Yeah. water.
Hidrade Tamit. Georgette, it is done. What might you make with that?
phone's off. Her phone's off.
Fewer people staring at me than I anticipated. What a strange time you live in.
Where my blood pressure is like 189 over 118.
With the city of
And then sent him like 206 back because I didn't want to look like a fucking dick. I just ended up sending him fucking 206 back so in case I do it again. I don't know, like that. Like fucking I did that or something. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'll try to get some shit if nobody comes through. Get alive while strike while the iron's hot when my campaigns were going and shit. But if I do like beg you again, it'll probably work well. Oh yeah, alright, I know this is about. I'm really fucked up. Trying to figure out like what I can do. Yeah, my blood pressure is like 189 over 110. I don't know if it's accurate because it's like the wrist one, so it might not be. Maybe I didn't do it right, but I was also running around and I smoked like again like 10 rollies today, so I gotta chill, dude.
from one conveyor to another and land in these stacks. So it's a smooth ride. The crackers then transfer from one conveyor.
Well, usually I get the King Cobra. It's $2.40. I don't get them full package. They don't come in it. Even if they did, I usually don't have that much money. I can't really think of a malt beer that comes in a full package. Yeah, right now I got like a third of one left, and then I got a full one, and then I'm kind of fucked. Like, so yeah, it's almost time to go again. We're almost on our last one. And we're almost done. Yeah, it's not good. Fucking Nancy. Get back. But she's having problems. So many donations. Pretty fucking suck. So yeah, it's almost time to fucking finish. We're almost on our last fucking and we're almost done with yeah, apparently we have two.
The crackers then transfer.
Hey. Hey. bada boom, big bang bada boom. Bing bada boom, big bang bada boom. Yeah, I'm selling that watch. If I fix the light though, I could probably get like 60. Or not 60, like 30. 30, 40. Well, like 30. Which I know I can. I'm just gonna find my small screwdriver though. Buddy. King Tutankhamun. You gotta make some fucking money.
This gonna be your best one here.
Just gotta use the JD bot. JD bot.
Yeah, so. Oh, hold on, y'all. Let me get set. This gonna be like, man, I know this is gonna be a great one. Hold on. Well, shouts out to all my people. I love y'all so much. You know what I'm saying? I truly love y'all. Adoring everybody that supported me and uplifted me through this Armageddon. You know, Armageddon, baby. Every word that will be said on this one right here is gonna be 100% divine. We have no time to play no games. We don't play no game when it comes to Father Almighty. All right, let me go and lay it down. I am the Armageddon baby. I'm the real JC. I'm the real JC. Okay? And you see how I'm breaking it down to the point where it's just so cool. It's gonna be cool with me because you know it's time for the war side of me, baby raw, to leave and walk into peace and love. You know what I'm saying? I see what Father doing with his avatar, because he's the controller of this avatar in this game system that we're in on this level. You feel me? You know, this dream is paradise for me. And you know, this afterlife dream is truly paradise for me. And it's time, okay? Let me just tell y'all something though. Father just want me to kind of merge back to things I've had, to lose all that stuff, to get to this level of paradise, the final level of the game. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about, we done put the full checkmate down out here. You feel me? Big king, big chief, general, commander, overseer, and ruler. Okay? You know what I'm saying? We done put the whole checkmate down. And it is what it is. But let me get to what I need to say, man.
Where's the small screwdrivers?
Father stripped me from a lot of things to manifest who I truly am. I remember when I used to drive my cars over to my jobs. You know, every like 3 in the morning, I used to get up in my nice ass little studio apartment, brand new apartment, and I used to get up 3 in the morning with a big old mug of coffee and a big blunt and a big fat Black and Mild, and I'd jump in my Mercedes Benz, my first one, and I'd hit the highway from Bellevue, Washington, all the way out to Linwood. I drive all, is it Linwood? Yeah, Linwood. I drive all the way out to Linwood, Everett. You know what I'm saying? Just to go and work at a temp job, because I was living that world. I was not of the world, but I was in the world. You feel me? Father had me fully in the world. And like I told you, my grandmother was my oracle godmother. You feel me? Because once I'm telling, everything was going right for me, man. You know what I'm saying? But see, this is where, you know, the revelation, all along I was revelation baby. I was revelation baby with all the cars and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? All them clothes and all that stuff, all them shoes, all that stuff I done had. I was revelation baby all along. God was finna pull that plug anyway, because I'm not of the world. I was just in the world. And I remember my first spiritual attack was up in Fred Myers. Like, strong spiritual attack. I had women and everything. I had a couple of women that was loving on me real hard. But they was vamps, you know what I'm saying? One was a vamp and the other one was a little haggard, you know what I'm saying? And you know, I had it. I'm not talking about really had it like that, I'm telling you. And but it wasn't the level that God had set for me. Like that wasn't gonna be my ending, to just be running to temp services and have girls and, you know what I'm saying, doing all that stuff. It was not my destiny. It was just a part of the testimony, all that stuff. I remember it, the first attack, well, it were major attacks, but you know what I'm saying, it was at this time where Father led me on a journey, and I was really having shit. I was really, you know, not in a powerful way that I have it now, but I was mediocre with, as a baby lost King God. I was a baby lost God. And I was out there really shining in a mediocre way. You know what I'm saying? And I just remember that all them attacks started coming when Father led me on this journey. Because I was blind. I was Paul. I'm Paul. I'm the real Peter Paul. I'm every entity of the Bible. Because I wrote the Bible for me to come to the Bible to know who I truly am. But anyway, I'm talking about Father led me on this journey, and I was anointed. And after that, I drove back, and things changed for me. I remember going as soon as I went and got anointed, I'm talking about a high frequency anointings. Things changed for me. It didn't change for the better, it changed for the worse to become the better. And I drove out to that job. I'm dumping all the way. I'm talking about on the highway in my Benz, my beautiful Benz. I'm talking about straight royalty in a Judah in the you know, the lower class setting. Royalty in the lower class
still
setting.
waterproof.
And I got to Fred Myers, and you know what I'm saying? I felt that energy. Like Father started like he plugged me in, like Father plugged himself into me. And I just started feeling like I don't feel this positive energy in here for me. Because I get busy up in here. I do what I gotta do, and I do it very good. And next thing you know, like, you know, they seen that I was advanced. You know, I'm supernatural, ultimate supreme supernatural extraterrestrial of my own time plane. So while I was up in Fred Myers, there's no coincidence that Father had placed that in my timing. Father did that for me. He squeezed me into the timing of Fred Myers to show my abilities and my capabilities of a man that can get busy in there on a temp service job. I wasn't even studying the money. Nigga, money wasn't nothing to me. I kept money. I don't care if it's fucking $50 in my pocket. I kept money. But anyway, so this devil just did some foul shit up in there. I just seen some witchcraft in his ways. And, you know, the last result of it was like, you know, you either slave down to this wicked stuff they doing, or you stand strong and don't bow to the devil. See, me bowing to the devil, when the devil came to, when Satan and Lucifer came to me in the desert, which is the desert of this atmosphere where everybody deserted me, they wanted me to bow to their ways. They wanted me to bow to their ill will. You know what I'm saying? I never bow, bitch. You know what I'm saying? It was times that I had bent my head down to it, but I never bowed to it. Because when you bow to it, you can't get back up from it. But I have bent my head down and, you know, wiggled myself out the bosom of Father Almighty and walked that path by myself before. And that was not the fucking walk. That was a walk where my Father had me on those strips, you know what I'm saying, knowing that in a matter of seconds, I'm gonna feel like 100 shots in my back, nigga. Huh? I'm talking about walking down them type of streets where the whole street just get clear, nigga, like out of nowhere, everybody just disappear and you the only one walking back and forth, and you can feel that SKS or that AR hit your ass all in your back. I've walked them streets. That's why I am the Grim Reaper. I conquered death, nigga. King Elijah came and walked behind me with the ravens. He brought the ravens. King Elijah brought the ravens and gave me the crown. Out there in the darkness, nigga. In hell. I was in Hades, Sheol, and Abaddon. But anyway, so once I went to that anointings, everything just went downhill for me. But it was going uphill, up the mountain for me. It was going downhill fleshly, but it was going up the hill consciously. You know what I'm saying? Up the mountain consciously. So once Father said, it's time for you to go. It's time for your revelations. It's time for you to do revelations. You the revelation baby. I'm stripped. Father told me I'm stripping you from everything. I'm taking everything. Father told me he was going to take me all the way down to a sacket on my back and my sandals on my feet. And God, and all praises to Almighty. I just went through that. He said once I went all the way down to a backpack and the sandals on my feet, real sandals, where I ain't got no other shoes, Father said it's time to take you all the way up to wealth. I'm finna bring your flesh back up. There's no coincidence that I'm on this fleshly break. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. But anyway, you know, the spirit lies straight on Mount Zion forever. The spirit, I'm talking about, I'm here. JC, I'm here. And JC just like you. I'm just like us. And I want you to understand that. So, after that devil did that stuff at Fred Meyer's, I turned around and I was just like, they don't know who I am. Let me show them something. I pulled that thing in the back and went and jumped in my car and left. I said, who the devil think I am? They witching on me. And back then, that's when the scales started coming off the eye. And when it come off of this eye, it come off of the whole eye. You understand? So next thing you know, I started seeing this stuff, and then here it go. It's time for the Armageddon. It's time for the revelation. I'm the big master of the game. I'm the big master of the PS5 game. I'm telling you, we're in a PS5 going through space. I'm telling you, this game mode was serious. It was either be crucified by the Catholic masses or get to the point of crucifying all the Catholic masses. And now we made it. We made it. It was all about sacrificing Christ. And Father kept telling me, you Jesus, you are Jesus. Let me tell you when he told me that I'm Jesus. Father told me when I was Jesus. Okay, so after I left, a lot of things just started coming at me, even through my daughter. You know what I'm saying? My daughter, the one that I really thought was gonna be my motherfucking, my soul, my reincarnation, my daughter. You know what I'm saying? That witch, she was a real alien witch trying to destroy me. The girls in my life, they started trying to destroy me. The people of the building, of the apartment building, they were coming in with witchcraft trying to destroy me. Drugs started surrounding me again, and they doing witchcraft leading me to drugs, and I started going back to drugs again. All this stuff was just coming against me. And Father said, enough is enough. They're trying to destroy you right now, Jesus. And I said, man, God, please help me. Help me, God, because I feel like I'm finna be ruined. They trying to kill me. I could feel it. And then this shit is getting more magical because, you know what I'm saying, these motherfuckers are straight, no dimension. They're not a body. And they be sitting right there in your face just like this here. They ain't even got a body, nigga. And they be sitting right there ready just to get the call to pull right in your face, nigga. You don't see nothing. You go to hell the right way. You understand? But see, now here go baby Jesus got that whole dominion. So motherfucker, it's just like that to every last one of them devils. Nigga, it's right in their face. They don't even fucking know it. I'm telling you, boy, big general, big chief general commander. I'm finna tell Ashley something about this too. My highest priestess, Goddess Ashley Evans, Cosmic Enlightenment, LLC. Look, let me tell you something. So, at that time, my car started breaking down, and man, it's like everything started crashing. And Father did that. He allowed that crash. He did that crash to test me if I'm ready for this Armageddon. If not, he was going to give me into the world, and the world was going to swallow me alive. And then Father was going to pop this conscience. He going to pop this time plane. He was going to kill everybody, both good and bad. He don't give a fuck. Father, Lord Almighty, going to make us again and again. He created this in 6 days and rested on the Sabbath. So what make you think he can't pop this and make it again? I'm going to tell you what he would have made it too. But at the end of the day, so I went back to that apartment, and I just felt that all that spiritual energy was gone. And I allowed it, cause see, with the double cross that be on them church houses, that double cross is real. These motherfuckers work double crosses against the Judeans, the true believers, the ancient reincarnate day one the first age. They know we come back, but they lead us astray, so we won't know who the fuck we really is. But then it took universal, galactic, universal, cosmic, spiritual, you know what I'm saying, angelic, earthen resources to get this all the way up in this cup, to fill the cup up. You know what I'm saying? So, man, I went and Father just made a way for me, because I was like, bro, I was tearing up when I got that so-called daughter back on the plane. I spent all that money like they did that shit to just really keep me broke. And I started fucking up the school. Like I wouldn't even go to school. Like I just quit school. And you know what I'm saying? It was because of all them devils that were coming to pull me away from everything. So Father allowed it. I am the book of Job. I am Jacob, the oracle baby. I'm the book of Job. Everything was taken away from me to the point I'm all the way down to nothing, and I got scabs and all that stuff on my feet, and the scabs all on me. So it was time right there. It was in Bellevue, Washington. It was time for the journey of the revelation, because I'm the revelation baby. I'm Armageddon baby. It was only through me, the innocent slaughtered lamb, that didn't even know he was in his own afterlife illusion. This afterlife, nigga, there ain't nothing going back to what they had set like it as if it is. Nigga, this is what it is. Nigga, we on a spaceship floating through space, nigga, in an ancient bubble, nigga, of air, the heavenly realms, which is air. And then, nigga, we're on an ancient universal zoo, nigga. We're creaturenoids. We're extraterrestrials, nigga. If you are a deity, if you're an entity, you ain't nothing but just a rebellion. You're a rebel alien, bitch. And we come to get your ass, the space cadets, because you a space invader. Now, we been coming to get y'all. I'm Baby Yoda. I'm the Grand Master. Nigga, I'm Big Jedi Knight. Nigga, come on, man. We finna get you. But anyway, let me get back on it. So, man, Father said, he's the controller to his avatar. He created me through the game system. And Father had led me to this car. And he led me to it, and this brother, you know what I'm saying, like, man, look, a true disciple, apostle of me. Like, he was programmed to be in my time path, in this time lapse. And he traded me, because I said, Father said, it's time for you to go. It's time for you to go. He said they trying to kill you in Seattle because they know you the Messiah. They know you woke up. And I said, Father, whatever you want me to do, Father, just please lead me, because I was just really in disarray, very depressed. And next thing you know, Father turned around and led me out to Tacoma, Washington. And I drove the Benz out there. I talked to the boy. He had a Honda EX. A Honda Accord EX, that's the luxury Accord. And he said, yeah, man, the transmission's slipping though, man. It's a certain way you have to drive it, you know, to get it to switch gears, but it's kind of strong, man. It'll last. It can hit the highway and stuff. It got cruise control and shit. Like, he already knew what I was finna do. Like, these are stewards of the kingdom. These are co-workers of the kingdom. And I took that chance. I said, all right, man, take the Benz. And we switched out. And the next thing you know, I think I had to pay him like $100 and some. and I did it for that Honda. Man, when I pulled off that motherfucking Honda, I said, oh, I'm finna go. I said, once I learned how to switch that gear, and Father put it in me to switch that gear and stuff, and look, bro, I put it on the highway. I said, oh yeah, I hit cruise control. I said, oh yeah, it's time to go. Father made it perfect, man. It was all Father's will. Man, I packed that damn trunk on some sneaky shit. I was packing my trunk. Bro, I had so much shit to the point where I left all that stuff in there, bro. My everything, all my furniture, all my stuff, I left that shit because God said, there's more to come. Don't worry about none of this. This is just chapters in your book, Joe. And the next thing you know, I hit the highway. Late night, midnight darkness. I hit the highway. I hit 90, trusting in God. This is transmission and all this. I said, God, I trust in ye. Let's go. And guess what? What made it so bad? Father made me write down the instructions, the directions, all the way from Seattle to Mississippi. He made me write them down. He said, you're finna throw this phone away because they're tracking you on this phone. Your phone been tapped. And I hit 90. Late night, filled the tank all the way up. I had got my SSI money, and I hit that motherfucker, and I took off. You feel me? And next thing you know, I got over like a bridge that's the Puget Sound. And Father said, take your phone and throw it out over in the water. Man, I had many phones. This ain't nothing new. Look, man, I took the phone, brand new nice phone, and threw it over the bridge into the water and kept going. No music or nothing, bro, the whole ride, bro. I drove 2,500 miles non-stop. Only time I stop is when I go to a truck stop and I pull up in the back and go in there and take a shower. And then I come and lay down and get some rest. Every time. But you know what I'm saying? On that journey, Father God had me so burdened. I seen angels in the heavenly air flying beside me on that journey. And that's when the book of Revelation opened up for me. When I left that time, because I had nothing but faith and my true belief in God, because I got anointed by God. And next thing you know, God just started telling me who I am. And being a baby of non-belief that's willing to believe, it hurted me to know that Father kept telling me, you're Jesus. You are Jesus. And then Father just started giving me visions while I'm on the highway. He giving me visions of how, the movie Jesus started coinciding with my life. He's like, the real Jesus ain't that white Nephilim with that sissy hair, with that running around wearing dresses. You the real Jesus. Because you're a warrior. You Judah. We're warriors for the righteous cause. God kept telling me on that trip, because I had no phone, I had no music, I had nothing. I just had the clothes in my trunk, the little stuff, my little sacred stuff, my Bible, and I had all my little personal stuff, and I'm talking about I'm on the highway with it. And the next thing you know, Father just kept telling me, just giving me visions, boy, like he was downloading it to me on that first journey. And then once I got down there, that's when the magical part of this started happening for me. The door started opening because Father had, by the time I got to Jackson, Mississippi, I'm telling you, man, I was so different in my mindset. Father switched out my consciousness. He switched it out. And by the time I got to Jackson, Mississippi, I was Jesus Christ, who I really am. King of righteousness, the chosen one. But then I started seeing that up in Jackson, Father led me to Jackson because that's my descendancy. I'm talking about real pow, hit your ass fast about me for real. Them niggas in Jackson, boy, I'm telling you, my Judas, then my real Michaels, shit. They would let me know, you good over here. Nigga, I was in the lowest part of the Jackson, nigga, I was in the addition. But you know, they came after me. Them aliens came after me and tried to pull me down. But Father was lifting me up. It's just like, bro, it's the balance of the world versus the Holy Kingdom. And you know what I'm saying? I kept holding the Holy Kingdom like this while the world was trying to pull my arms down. The world was hanging on my arms trying to pull the kingdom down. I was holding the kingdom up like this, like, fuck, nigga, this God's kingdom. So it started right there, y'all, and then I just started spiritually going up, but fleshly going down. All the way down to Father said, you're going from King David to Solomon. You're going from having this beautiful worldly stuff, possessions, to the king of the wilderness. You finna become the king of the wilderness. Father told me in the Holy Scribes that, and I say Father because you know what it is. Our Father is the source that controls us. You know what I'm saying? The power that's greater than ourselves. Okay, so Father told me in the Scribes, he led me to the Scribes and told me, he said, you finna suffer for a long time. Father said, you're gonna experience a lot of long suffering. He said, you're gonna have to be content in your ways. That means if I done been down to waking up with no weed, black and mild like this, and that's it, no food or nothing. I look in my pocket, I got about 12, 13 cents. And Father say, believe in me and have your faith. Watch this. By the time I go back to my nest, my raven nest, nigga, I'm talking about I got a whole fucking wrap of pre-rolls like this. Nigga, I got 80 to 100, $120 in my pocket. Nigga, I'm talking about I got about 5, 6 Black and Milds, nigga. You understand? That's God. That ain't me. That's Father God controlling me. All I gotta do is follow his lead. I'm telling you now. Then I have so much damn food that I'm talking about I give it to my brothers when I'm done. I don't eat leftovers. You feel me? I give it to my brothers and sisters when I'm done. Y'all want this? It be some good shit. Nigga, fuck you mean? That's why I miss Seattle so much, because in Seattle I don't suffer as I do now. But now God put me here for a whole different purpose. But anyway, once it happened right there, y'all, that's when, you know, it was time for me to fulfill Father's will. I'm King Jah Will. I'm King Jah Will. I'm God's holy will. I'm the king of God's holy will. I come from the heavens to do God's will. I came to the surface with my Jedi Knights, my Eli's, my Michaels. We come to destroy the wicked and evil. That was the whole purpose of me. My purpose wasn't riding in the Benz, going to a fucking temp service job, having them little harlots and shit. I'm gonna call one of them a little queen though, cause that was my little thing right there. The other one was a harlot. She was an old Jezebel, a vampire. And so, you know, it was never nothing about that old worldly shit. Like Ashley said, I am not of the world, I'm just in it. Now I possess it. The whole world is mine. Do you not know that Father led me to the scribes and told me that the whole world got to pay me back for what they did? The whole world got to pay me back for what they did. And they got to pay me until I pass over to the next lifetime. And then look, Father gave me the greatest gift of all, that I would have my same conscience as of now when I hit the next lifetime. When I get to the point of like 6, 7 years old, I'm gonna know who the fuck I really truly am. Somebody laughing like they know that shit real. But as of right now, we still in this war because, you know, I done brought this conscience, this ship up to the heavens. So like now, you know, they up in the galaxy with this shit and they don't even know where, you know, everybody being judged by Father himself. I'm baby Moses. I'm baby Moses. I'm the angelic earthen judge. Like I'm on the surface watching your ass and judging you. And when I say pop your ass, you gonna get popped. Cause you're an alien, a rebellion, a rebel alien upon a surface that belong to the reincarnated supernatural extraterrestrials. We're gonna pop you. And you'll be shocked. When we hit them with that laser, that lightsaber, bro, they turn into nothing but a bunch of fucking bullshit. They turn into a bunch of, like, bro, I'm telling you, we shoot these motherfuckers. Let's say we pop their head with that energy ray. Let me tell you something. They whole head gonna pop and they gonna be like old parts of a fucking, a monitor. They're gonna be radio parts and old parts from a phone. That's what their head really is. That's why God called them metal workers in the Bible, because their heads is metal and it's just full of trash. It's hidden up under the skin. Let me tell you something. Man, we pop their head with that energy ray. Man, their head's gonna just come out and be a bunch of trash. A bunch of electric trash. But, you know, that's how I really want to go deeper, but Father don't want me to say things that are sacred. So, you know, that's how it started for me. That journey from Seattle, Washington down to Jackson, Mississippi, I drove. And I'm talking about Father told me who I truly am. I had no radio. I had nothing. Father would not let me have a radio or nothing. I was listening, and then I'll pull over at a little rest stop and I'll study the Bible. He'll lead me through the Bible. He's like, see, look, come to so-and-so and so, chapter so-and-so. And he'll tell me something and then he'll lead me through the scripture. And I'll be like, oh my God, he just told me this and now I see it in the scripture. See, Father was cooking me up. He was really cooking me up good on that journey. He was cooking the old fleshly me out and he was baking up the new cake, which was the revelation. I'm revelation, baby. I did revelation. I am revelation. I did revelation. And when I say me, I'm talking about we, the whole ancient ancestry of the Hebrew Israelites of Judah, our first age. We the real Egyptians, nigga. But y'all don't even know, I'm Chief General Commander of the Assyrians. We the Egyptian assassins, nigga. We'll smurf you. We'll slime you real fast. You know, the vampires, they don't care because they know they got that old ultimate old fake ass power that they can come back and all that. No, ain't no coming back this time, bitch. We gonna smoke your ass. You ain't never coming back. We lock you into this lifetime. But once I got there, you know, that's when everything started happening where God said, Even though you gonna maximize, they gonna minimize you. I think it was after Mississippi when I went back to Seattle. That's when they scratched my governmental, that fake ass governmental name. They took the governmental name. It was actually when I went to school. When I went back to Seattle and I got in school, Father walked me in that school. I didn't want to go to no school, but Father said, I want my baby in school. I want my child in school. And I went to school and I did exactly what Father wanted me to do in there, man. I was loved. And they seen it, that I was getting major love. You know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, they start seeing that I'm finna elevate, and then with that dirty ass, witch ass so-called wife and all that fake ass shit, that alien bullshit, bro, they scratched out my governmental name. And right there, that's when God had led me back to the scriptures telling me that you were finna be converted from King David to King Solomon. Because I'm King David regardless, but King David, I always had royalty. I always was like this, comforted. You know, when my grandmother was still in this existence of this lifetime, you know what I'm saying? She prayed me up. She kept me prayed up. So I always kept places to stay. I always kept vehicles. I always was in peace and comfort and rest. But once my grandmother passed from this lifetime to glory, then they scratched my name off. They knew my prayer oracle was gone, and then they said
I'm gonna look for this
and did some of the most horrendous things because, bro, my ancient ancestry treasury is great. My money big.
My money big.
Big. My money super big. And it was all about keeping me away from that, keeping me away from, not only keeping me away from my treasuries, but keeping me away from myself. You feel me? It was never about the treasuries. It with God, because God always had treasuries for me. I don't care how many lifetimes I go to, Father God will always keep that treasury with me. He time traveled this stuff with the time traveler. And listen, it wasn't about that. It was keeping me away from me. Get what I'm saying? That's the most powerful, universal violation of all lifetimes. When you keep the true number one, this the number one face. Y'all don't understand. This the number one face of all faces. There's no lie to these words. I went through many transitions to get to this face again and get to my whole feature. I'm the real Yeshua. I'm the real Yeshua. Okay? But look at me. I'm just like every last one of us. The scriptures say that Jesus was never with the rich and the mighty, the rich and the wicked and all them, the rich men and all them, the great, so-called great men. Father said that Jesus was always with the robbers, the killers, the thieves, the harlots, nigga, the poor, the oppressed. I'm the king of Israel, because we as real as it get. The lower class structure is really the high class structure because we're the mighty, we're the strong, we're the courageous, we're the brave. You go in a rich area and you go and try to break into somebody's house or run up on somebody in their yard or something. Them cowards, them gentiles, they're gentle, they're timid. They're gonna go call the police. That's their courage, that's their bravery, their uniforms. But if you come over in the lower class area and you gonna go and try to break in Godfather's yard to steal his lawnmower, I'm talking about the whole hood gonna beat you damn near to death and might kill you. Godfather himself gonna come out and shoot you. Because you shouldn't be on his property. You shouldn't be messing with his worldly possessions. That's the covenant. But anyway, so you know that's the journey that led me to know who I truly am. And you know what I'm saying? I love it. I love being JC. I'm baby God. But see, let me tell you something. When I went to work today, you know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers doing this evil ass shit. A gang of frogs started just trying to come in a unison, and every time old warlocks and old Eastern Star witches, old Mason warlocks and Eastern Star witches was over there just coming and doing that, all that shit, and kept just playing with it. And then I got this City of Meridian shit. These bitch ass niggas keep fucking playing with the grind, going against the grain. Bitch, you don't even know, boy. I'm talking about, boy, everywhere I go, I'm there. I'm there before I even get there. Believe that. Everywhere I go, I am there. I'm there before I even get there. So don't think that when I go to the little job and stuff, I'm the Caesar. This is what Ashley, this is what I wanted you to know. You said you're known as somebody like a spiritual mafia. And let me tell you something. I'm Jedediah Sariel. Let me tell you something. John Gotti. I'm talking about all the mob. All the real mobsters. I gravitate their soul. I got their souls. That's why I'm the big chief. I'm the spiritual John Gotti. I'm the real SpongeBob. See, let me take it real deep with you. I'm the real SpongeBob. I'm telling you. And I'm cooking these humans into Krabby Patties because I got the golden spatula. And I'm telling you, I'm cooking these humans into Krabby Patties. And we're getting paid for it by Mr. Krabs himself through the government, through the righteous side of the government. That's as deep as it get. Let me tell you something. When I walk this land, I'm the real Beetlejuice. I'm the real Beetlejuice. I'm the real Beetlejuice. I'm talking about, bro, we're the deep hours of this shit, bro. I'm telling you, niggas would die, nigga, out of nowhere, and they'll disappear. So to get up, to let all that fleshly shit go, and get all the way back up to this high mountain of Zion conscience, I'm on Sinai. I'm on Sinai conscience. And you know what I'm saying? That's great. Fuck all that shit I done lost or left. I don't care about none of that shit. You looking at one that has endless, man, even in my last lifetimes, I had palaces. I'm Lord Justice King Tut. I had palaces. I had kingdoms. I'm talking about I'm going from one kingdom riding in the royal chariots with all my Roman troops around me, Caesar. I'm talking about going straight to another palace and then go out to the tents of the battlefields. I stayed on the battlefield. I'm battlefield, baby. You think this ain't no battlefield right now? You got me fucked up. I done killed the whole Masonic Warlock nation. I done killed the Eastern Star Witch nation because it was ordered in Revelation. Because they were practicing through them church houses. We are the churches. I'm the temple of Father Lord Almighty. Ain't no more games with this. I'm the Messiah. You can't sit up in that church house and talk about Jesus. Jesus be walking right by the church house, bumping some of that gunner, honor. Hey, cause we warriors for God. We here to protect Mama Nature. Like the little baby came out of nowhere and started taking this thing, like he had a demon in him. And I love this tree because it was a reincarnated father, mother, and it was 3 little baby trees that they had right there together as one. And then this little demon baby gonna come and take this thing and start whacking at the little baby trees. You just cut the head off a little baby. That's Mama Nature. That's the Mama Nature kingdom. Them real children reincarnated through trees.
Bitch.
And I got on their ass quick. Stop that. Don't you never do that to them trees. Them trees are us. You know what I'm saying? Chop the baby tree. Like, they don't even know the value of this. Like, they can get condemned for that. They can go to hell for that. Anyway, and then, you know, it's just like all these attacks, these spiritual attacks that's coming to an end right now. You know what I'm saying? Because my judicial side, I really adore y'all so much. Like, they keep telling me that they got badges for me, like real honorable big badges and like certificates, you know, that the Federal Bureau of Investigation got for me. Something telling me, Father told me they finna throw me a United States big party after we get all these motherfuckers on this IS. We finna do a whole sweep on these bitches, all of them. We putting all the, I'm talking about they making handcuffs for this shit. I'm talking about the handcuff company is finna be billionaires because we gotta get that many handcuffs, tasers, and all that shit. It's finna go down. I'm talking about U.S. Marshals coming all up in their shit, and we're coming straight to lock your bitch ass up. Ain't no fucking, I don't care if you a fucking multi-billionaire. Fuck you. Put your hand behind your back, bitch. You're going to jail. For good. Y'all organized crime syndicate out here on our surface, and y'all devils as dark as it get. Told you we got the blueprint. We got the whole blueprint. When I'm done, they finna take me to the White House, and once I sign for my treasuries, I'm talking about I'm going in the White House, and they giving me 3 Purple Hearts, Nobel Peace Prize, and they gonna give, I got the Star David. I got the 4-star David. And it took losing all that old material shit. Like all that beautiful shit I used to have. I hate it now because it was a chapter in my past. Like when I close my eyes and wake up to the next day, this time don't exist no more. None of this shit exists. It's only what God make of it. You know? Yeah, Ashley, I'm big. I'm the real Julius Caesar. I'm Melchizedek. Let me tell you something. Y'all gotta look at the movies of who I am and what I am, because all this stuff is about me. Even the news footage and all this shit, they talking to me. The spectrum is open. I'm talking about the TV open, all this shit open. The mirrors open, all this shit is open. Ain't no fucking personal. Ain't no privacy. That go for everybody. Everybody think they watching me, but they being watched by God. God looked down through the clouds at nighttime. And right there over my head, looking all at them devils around there. On all dimensions. I look up and see God. He sometimes look at me with a beautiful smile. He be looking right through the clouds at me. Because God is the air. God is that galaxy. God is the bubble that keeps us gravitating on this surface. God is the surface that keep us held down as his toys. This God's toy zoo. This a toy box. God did this for his pleasure. We supposed to be dressing up and styling and riding in them brand new things. We ain't supposed to be, only thing in the past, we just time-lapse that shit. Like an old ass, that old boxcar Chevy I want to buy from OG so bad. And take that motherfucker and bring it to the future. You feel me? That's the only thing old that's supposed to be out here. Old houses that you renovate and bring them to the future. But as far as just staying in the past, who wanna do that? Nigga, if I stayed in the past, I'd still be rotting on that tree. Or I'd be in that tomb with that big rock over that cave door. Just like when they came in there and found me gone. They just seen my scroll. They ain't see nothing. I was gone. And the angel sat in there and said, the two angels said, why you in here looking for the living amongst the dead? Why you over here looking for the living? He gone. He done went to the next life. And what make it so bad, I stopped by and ate with him one more time. I said, touch me. Oh my God! I told you, nigga. Let's get some fish and get some bread and go and party, because I gotta go. And they seen me, Enoch. I just ascended up in the air on their ass and just disappeared. Ooh! Now I'm in 2025 with these pretty girls. What's the chances that you do so good, God will allow you to be rewarded with sin? Ooh! When others sin so much that they can't even be rewarded with righteousness. That messed my feet up so bad, but that's all right. God will heal of all of it. You know, there's no coincidence that I'm starting back to, you know, thinking about Stacey Murphy and my baby Mookie and them. You know what I'm saying? Because they need me. Stacey Murphy, I'm in Meridian, Mississippi, girl. You better hit the blocks and say, where's King at? Where King Tut at? They're gonna lead you right to me. I need support from the women. I don't want no support from the males. Only males that I get support from, my boss, you know, my Uncle Car Wash. He all right, but you know, once you get old, you're in your ways. I'm just learning how to just, you know, overlook certain things he say and shit, but you know, don't say the wrong fucking thing now. I know he got killers now, but I'm big killer. He got killers, but I'm big killer. I kill all the killers. That's God written, no lie. I'm Julius Caesar. I'm the real spiritual John Gotti. I'm all the warriors of the past that was entwined into one. Why y'all think God said King of all kings? Because all them kings reside into this last king, Lord of all lords. All the lords reside in this last Lord. This a temple, this a city, the city of Enoch. All of them in here, living in here, looking through here. They driving this shit, looking through here. This the next lifetime right here. This the next lifetime right here. Soon D go for good. I'm inside, living again. Come on, man. That's how it works with us. If you receive everlasting life. If you don't receive everlasting life, as soon as your ass, anything happen to you, I'm telling you, when your eyes close, this is going to be pitch black and void forever. Like you never existed. But if you go to the grave righteous and honorably in his holy name, you go to the grave, you finna lay down and live inside forever. Period. It's inside. Like my grandmama Augusta and my grandfather William. You feel me? They right here. You can tell in all my ways. I look just like my grandfather William. Father told me, you are William. Will I am. I am Will. Jah Will. So my grandfather on my mother's side is me. And then I've inherited all my ways, my character, my strength from my grandmother. on my father's side. Because my grandmother, that's Judah. She's Queen King Judah. She raised 10 children by herself. Sure did. She raised 10 children by herself. And I'm talking about she was the husband and the wife. You better believe it. And she did the structure of God. My grandmama never denied my father's name, and she never denied his word. She always kept his word. Every time you talk to my grandmama, she keep God first in her tongue. Period. And Father said a woman is deemed righteous, holy, and just by childbearing and believing in him. That's how, my grandmother received that glory, and she gravitated to her grandson, because I'm king of righteousness. Only their spirits can come here. That's why you can tell I got my grandmother ways. My grandmama very clean, very clean. My grandfather, it's all about that, that business structure and that righteous structure. I can really see my grandfather in me right now, William. Not my father's father, but my mother's father. I never got a chance to embrace him before he passed or whatever. He passed on I think cancer or whatever. They can say he passed to that, but they probably poisoned his ass. Like they trying to poison him now. Bitch, I'm Venom. I'm Afterlife, nigga. That shit don't exist in me. But now it is time. I went all the way down to the backpack and the sandals. I'm talking about I was walking in the rain in the sandals. And I was just splashing because fuck all that embarrassment, fuck all that devalue, fuck all that humiliation. Bitch, I'm living. Bitch, I'm reincarnated. I don't give a fuck. Nigga, the rain is me. What are the chances that when that rain came, because I'm King Elijah, I'm the king of the air. Let me tell you something. What make you think that rain that came and I was walking through there in that wet shirt, them wet pants, and them wet flip-flops? Let me tell you something. What makes you think I wasn't happy in that rain? Because God said, I'm showering the floodgates of blessings and prosperity and success on you. But I'm condemning the world around you with this rain because they wanted to set you up today. Walk in this rain and splash and get this purification, because this is from the heavens. That rain was from the heavens. And Father said, a lot of that rain with the tears of my ancestors in the heavens that are proud of me, that love me, that I conquered this Armageddon. If you ever go and just take the heart to study Revelation, you would, and look at my walk, entwine my walk with Revelation, you will see it. You'll see I did the whole Revelation. It's sealed. I'm talking about I did that. We did that. Armageddon complete. Full victory. That's why I'm able to, I'm talking about, everything finna change for me. Like, I look at my foot right now, it's busted up because a witch did some old frog-ass spell work and pulled me into some old tripping shit. They over there constant, it's like they're crashing by just going and using all the last drop of that lagoon-ass shit they be. Get it here! They all fighting over that shit. There's about that much in that motherfucker left. About that. Oh, now it ain't even that much. They over there drinking that old motherfucking old ancient lagoon vampire shit that give them that old power. They be like, and open that book. Next thing you know, smoke come out the book and they just feel that shit. Then they want to ride around and try their evil eye on niggas. What? Them niggas be throwing flies and insects at me and all kind of shit. For real, nigga, I'm not lying. Look, they over there fighting over that shit. About 100 motherfucking warlocks and witches like, give it to me! It's about a half a drop in that motherfucker. And they got about 1,000 people in there trying to get a taste of that half a drop. And after that, ain't no more of that shit they been drinking. They probably be getting that shit from them vampires up in them plasma houses. Selling plasma. Why would you go and pierce your flesh like that and drain your beautiful vessel like that? Father, I tried so many times. Father would snatch me up out of there. Cause they were gonna drain my ass until I come out that bitch looking like the crypt keeper. I was gonna be skin and bones when I come out that bitch. They gonna drain everything out my motherfucking head. Then give me $80. Get your ass out of here. Run, nigga. I can't even run. Nigga, bone just clattering and shit. But anyway, I just come to kick it. No, but that's what I wanted to tell you though, Ashley. I'm big spiritual John Gotti. You know, all it had to take with that, like I told you, that trip. And then I drove again. I drove in my Saturn. And I bought that Saturn to just leave. And I came here. I drove here right before my grandmama went to glory. That was the last time I seen her. I went and got her flowers. I went and got, you know, little cards and stuff. That hurt it, man. I wanted to hug my grandmother, but they tried to play that COVID shit. And let me just tell you about this old family shit. I don't fuck with none of that shit. So don't even try to run up on me and all that shit. What's up, cuz? None of that shit. Fuck you. All y'all motherfuckers was a part of my inheritance being stolen from me, and all y'all motherfuckers are part of trying to smurf me out, nigga, trying to slime me out my existence. Like, fuck you, bitch. I'm trying to really smoke y'all niggas. I'm trying to smoke you with handcuffs, and then if I can't put you in them judicial handcuffs, we finna put you in them other handcuffs, them spiritual handcuffs, nigga. We gonna handcuff your spirit after we lay your vessel down. Real facts. Don't even step to me. Cause that bro, they had a whole blueprint to really kill, destroy, death. Bro, that shit serious. That ain't no fucking game for a motherfucker just to be walking like la 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 la. You know what I'm saying? Thinking SpongeBob is really like that, but SpongeBob the real cook. La 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 la, and then they just over there, come here. Here, try this. This thing you know, boom. You feel me? Or put you in a bad situation with a bitch or something, and the witch ain't nothing but a straight Delilah, a witch, evil.
Fucking screws are so small, like they're impossible.
They don't try to pull souls, but I'm not a soul, bitch. I'm Oracle baby. I'm the Book of Job. Jacob, the Oracle baby. Jacob, I'm John.
What? Why are you screaming at me?
I'm his little cub, his lion cub. Jacob.
Okay.
I'm his little lion cub.
Stop screaming and
I'm
working yourself
Jehoiachin.
up.
I'm the baby
Call me.
lion king
I can't
of
hear
Judah.
you up here.
Okay? And I'm the Oracle baby. I'm God's baby Oracle. That means I'm in my own afterlife illusion that Father created for me, and He made we for me, but we broke down and went from we to us and them, us versus them. It's supposed to be all we up under me, cause me is the I, the
She's not
I
answering.
that we live in, and I am the pupil of the I. So, you know, they be sitting around like, yeah, nigga don't know what he talking about. That'd be them nigga that be trying to sway the women, cause the women love my prophecy, cause they know it's real. Look at my high priestess Ashley. All them prophecies she doing is beautiful free prophecies she do for me. And I said free cause she could be talking about some other shit, but she giving this to the big Alpha X, Sirius X. Cause we from the star system. We're the Galactic Republic. We ain't no fucking nigga, we're star ghosts in this dirt. We're not, nigga, we're star gods, nigga. I'm the SUN. Why you think the SUN sits right over me? Why do you think I'm always gravitating with the SUN? I am the SUN. But you don't know I'm the SUN of the GUNs. God, universe of nature. That's what we protect. I'm telling you, I'm the SUN of the SUNs of the GUNs. We're the real sons of the guns, boy. I'm telling you. Pop your ass real fast now, because we're done with your witchcraft. As of right now, after 3 a.m., all the ones that practice sorcery, the sorcerers and sorceress, I ain't talking about the wizards and the high priestess. I'm talking about the sorcerers and sorcerers. After 3 a.m., if you get out here in this universal matrix and you practice sorcery, we gonna pop your ass. On God Almighty. What? I'm telling you, we gonna pop you for real. We gonna send you outside. We finna send you outside. Period. Because you're practicing witchcraft and doing these sorcerous practices through your ways. That means through your hands, through your feet, through your mouth, through your eyes and shit. You're allowing your vessel to be used by them demonic entities to try to pull somebody down and hurt people. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna pop your ass. Period. In your face. Period. Ain't no ifs and buts about it. This the kingdom. And I'm talking about we're here to support and uplift each other. Like all the money that my grandmother, the father said they have approved everything. The judge didn't even want to hear, because they had to redo my checks. They had to redo the dates on all the paperwork and all. That's why I ain't got my grandmama money yet, because they gotta update all that shit. And then this shit is coming out of federal evidence safe and all that shit. They had to take my checks because the motherfucker kept trying to steal my money. So they kept taking my grandmama checks and other checks. It's another check too. And I'm talking about they put that shit in the federal evidence safe. Like, you know, you gotta go through prosecutors to get this shit. Like, I have to personally sit there with all my information and be like, they look at the picture and say, that's him. Yeah, this is him right here. Boy, what's up? Sign all that paperwork, and then they give me that envelope, bro. And life would never be the same. This lifetime will never be the same for me again. There will be no more poverty. There will be no more oppression. There will be no more long suffering. There will be no more struggle. And the judge just gotta approve it. And they've been having people watching my ways to know if I can handle money, because they've been lying, talking about, oh yeah, he's smoked out. He's strung out. All that shit. Bitch, I was never an addict. Bitch, that was programmed. So we can get up under your ass and get all your information, bitch, and kill y'all. I had to start in Abaddon and go all the way up, nigga. Abaddon, Sheol, Hades, the surface, Heavenly Zion, Sinai, nigga. Now the Galactic Republic, Father Moses, the real Moses. So don't be trying to tell me nothing. Because, you know, darkness always lies within itself. That means if you walk into it, you're walking within your own destiny that you're destroying. And it took me to walk through that darkness to understand. See, you can't just understand it through words. You got to understand it through actions. I had to suffer everything just to become the ultimate, supreme, universal saint of the galaxy. I'm the king of the galaxy. I'm Father Good, guardian of our dimensional realms, guardian of our dimensions, our dreams that we live amongst. I'm Father Good. And I know the wicked and evil, the devils, bro, I'm telling you, that last little drop of that shit, they be, them motherfuckers like, give it here. And that's all they got, a couple drops. I can't go, I can't turn it to my gothic way. Yeah, motherfucker. And ain't no more juice. You can't go and dig up no more vampire coffins and scrape it out. And put it in a blender, putting all them vampire decayed bones up and all that skin and all that maggot shit, all that shit in there. Putting all that shit up in a blender, nigga, and putting some damn avocados and shit. This an energy drink, huh? Huh? You drink that motherfucker, your ass gonna be a gold. You gonna be I need more. What you gonna do for us to get more? Get your ass out of here. I feel good, man. I'm finna chill though. Shouts out to Cardi B. Cardi B, that my baby. Y'all better leave my baby alone too. You talk about her kids, bitch. We don't give a fuck, bitch. Cardi B, a great mama. Look at her little twin, her little clone. Look at her little clone, her daughter. Tell me that baby wasn't raised up to be reincarnated into Cardi B, because that baby right there is Cardi B's great-great-great-grandmother that came through Cardi B piloting. And look at her sons, and them babies, all them babies are raised just right. Cardi B love her babies. Motherfucker, I don't care if she have 5 or 6 more. She doing what God want her to do. She programmed to have babies, to have her generation laid out here. Cardi B might come back in her daughter. She might morph into her daughter and take her daughter all the way to success. Come on, man. Look at me, I'm Justice. I'm baby Justice, I'm the Christ, nigga. It feel good, too, to know, like, this shit ain't going nowhere. We done got here. But I ain't finna use this shit against people no more, man. I don't want to be out here hatred and mean and overthinking and shit no more. I just want to be in the world and not of the world, but be more in tune in the world again. I'm ready for my worldly possessions, man. I'm ready for my wealth. This to my people that got my checks and everything, my grandmama money. I'm ready. Man, I got too many women finna come around me and lead me and keep me confident. I'm not finna be out here overspending. I'm not finna be an empath, like just giving money to motherfuckers that ain't worthy of having my money. Cause my money come from the Lord. Like where I work at right now, Father told me to give everybody at the job, everybody, even the little baby boy that talked to me today, he a young prophet. He was sitting there talking about some school shit, but it wasn't even about no school shit. This little baby, a young prophet, boy. I'm talking about ancient gods coming back, bro. I'm telling you, this shit is getting beautiful. And next thing you know, Father said when I walked from work today, Father said, give everybody in there $2,500. Everybody at the job I work at, when I get this money, I'm gonna give them all $2,500 a piece. Everybody that work there. Not the new motherfucker, I don't know you. Like mama, I might give mama $5,000 for herself, cause she loved me as like a little grandson. She you know, she proud of me. But she let me do what I do. She don't want me to snap, cause when I snap, she know this shit real. And I would never bring hardship towards that, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna give everybody $2,500, you know what I'm saying? For just being there, helping me get back on a little work setting. I love working, man. I love doing my craft, my wizardry on them vehicles and shit. But you know, like, you know, I don't be one motherfucker to be, yeah, you doing a good job, don't you? But don't unacknowledge that I'm the greatest motherfucker, because I can really get busy if I'm getting paid. I mean, I thank the Lord for all blessings that I received, both little and great. But at the end of the day, look, if you're paying me $15, $20 a car, nigga, I'm gonna really get busy. I'm gonna be there. But you know what I'm saying? That's where I just let the Lord, man, because you know, I just like being there. You know, I'm the emperor. I don't have to be nowhere. I can just sit and wait, cause it's finna happen. It's etched in stone. I'm officially Richie Rich right now. I'm really Richie Rich. I'm baby Jesus. I'm the real Richie Rich right now. I'm not lying. You know, that's why Father keep trying to tune it in to let me know, like, it's time for you. You did my Armageddon for me. You sealed my revelation. It's time for you now. I'm bringing you into the worldly possessions of things. I'm bringing you into this worldly element so you can have things. I'm talking about things that's way beyond. Ooh. I'm talking about don't even look at the price when I go in. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, look, I got billion-dollar chains. I got billion-dollar chains. I got billion-dollar wrist sets with the rings, the watch, and the bracelet. Billion-dollar chains. When I tell you my house is $7 billion in Seattle, you're not listening. I got 12 houses. It's in Revelation. Once I seal the Revelation, I get 12 gates, royal gates, big gates. I got pillars in my house, big pillars. To the point I got the pillars that got like faces of ancient gods etched out the pillar and shit. And I'm talking about, man, I'm so wealthy with this shit. And then what make it so bad, it's not for me, like I told you. Can't no women stay in my house. They gonna love me for it because I'm about, if one of my little haggers get pregnant by me, you know what I'm saying? Cause my Sarahs are my peace and comfort. They my cougars and shit. you know, I go lay with them and I ain't gotta have sex with them. You know what I'm saying? But my little haggers, them the ones I'm putting my future in their belly. You know what I'm saying? And soon as they say, I'm pregnant, we're going straight to the hospital to do the DNA and everything. And if I'm talking about truly mine, because if they come and it's not mine, you're going to get your ass fucked up. It's out of my hands. Ogun gonna fuck you up. But if it's mine, I'm finna take her right and be like, you got a bank account? Yeah, I got a bank account. Let's go to your bank. And I'm gonna transfer $1 billion to her bank account. Like right now, I'm a millionaire. So if a girl, a little baby, if a girl give me a little baby cooked up, let me tell you something. I'm gonna turn around and give her like $250,000. I'm gonna put it in her bank account. Period. And then I'm gonna buy her a house and have the house renovated. Have it beautifully renovated, a nice house. Or she can live in one of my houses, it don't matter. But when it comes to my main house, no woman can live in my house. I'll buy her a bunch of cars and all kind of shit. I don't give a fuck about that. But one thing about it is that even though you live in the house with my children, you ain't finna have no nigga in my motherfucking house. And you ain't laying with no, I don't give a fuck how many wives I got. If I lay with you, you're mine. You're not laying with no another nigga. If you lay with that nigga, you're not mine no more. Yeah, you can take the house, you can take the house, you can take the cars, you can take the money and everything, but I unplugged from you. I never knew you. And I'm gonna get the custody of my kid. I got too many lawyers. You can't even fuck with me. I'm gonna get the custody of my kids. Cause it's all about my kids anyway, really. I ain't gonna be grabbing like that, but nigga, I want my babies. Cause they gonna be my best friends, and that's my new generation. I want my new generation. I'm the head of this generation, this new generation of the future. All the shit in the past, fuck that shit. That shit was never my generation. It was the ancient generation, my grandmothers and grandfathers, that was my real structured generation. This modern day shit, that shit was to destroy me. And that earthen father gonna reap what he sowed. He gonna be an old ass nigga in jail making noodles. He sure lives right now. Always remember, like I told these niggas, like nigga, I'm Lord King Tut, nigga. Some nigga tried me today, and he would run up and all that old shit. They keep trying to run up on me. They try to test my frequency level to see if they can run up on me and get up in my shield. Motherfucker, let me tell you something. Like some bitch ass nigga came out of nowhere and got up in my serenity spot. For, you know, when I take a break from the car wash, I go to my serenity spot, spark up and get back on the job. But that's my serenity spot. Even the girls ride through there and they just adorn me because they can see it. That's my spot. Don't even fucking come up there. Unless you coming up there talking about some money or something. But then this bitch ass nigga just came out of nowhere. Oh, one of them metal workers. We popped their head. It ain't nothing but some old gadgets and old broke shit they done molded together to make that motherfucker. Nigga, I know the galactic rule. I know the galactic rule of this shit. I know the real shit. But this nigga gonna come up with all that old bullshit, like, you know what I'm saying? And see, one thing about me, I try to be a even balanced person now, because you know I'm real Judah. Father keeping these cuffs on my spiritual cuffs on my hands. Cause man, motherfucker don't know, bro. I'll beat your motherfucking ass. I really will. ain't no lose to me. You know what I'm saying? I will beat you up and then I will creep you. Like, I'll follow you somewhere and then I'll take a stick and bust your head. Like, for real. I'll really bust your head. Like, out of nowhere. I'll come out of nowhere and throw a rock in your face and beat you down for real after we got into a swing out. I done been to too many losses. I done took too many losses when it comes to hands and all that shit. I don't take no losses no more. Ain't no losses coming over here. I'm too divinely fit. That means I'm a skinny figure, but bitch, don't try me, motherfucker. I'm a man of steel. And when I sock you up, bitch, it's all taser, all energy. It gonna make you run, nigga, like a dog. I'm telling you, motherfucker, know. Go up in Seattle. They know not. That's my city. Seattle, my city. Supreme, Earth Angelic, Time Traveler, Lord Emmanuel. That's my city. Sector 6. That's my city there, boy. Seattle. That's my city. Portland. That's my city. Them my cities, boy. My cockpit is right in Portland. I used to sit right at my cockpit and bring the waves through the eye. Come on, man. Right at Union Station. The uni one. The Universal Oracle of the Nations. Union. What's the nations? The skins, the different skins. That don't make us different because we got a different skin. God just didn't want us all looking like me. That would be fucked up. Everybody looking like me, but God can make it that way though. The rest of these niggas that's running around here with all this jealousy and hatred inside my time plane, bitch, I'm putting you outside. I'm telling you, you finna walk the plank. Ain't no turning back. Cause y'all done opened that full darkness up out here. All them old magic books and all. Father said in the scribes, he said that they had so many magic books back in the days. Back in the ancient times that they created for these new times, they had so many ancient witch-ass witchcraft books that Father had them, he made all of them believe in the one book, which is the Lord, and then he made them, through their hands, take all them books and throw them on the fire.
Fuck it, I just posted
Father
it.
said it was so many books that it estimated up to today.
With everything I did to it, so probably be worth
$7 million.
It's like 90 now.
Back on the, I'm talking about, this is 70 AD.
You probably find
This
it
is
off
back in the them times. They had them type of books. It was worth $7 million of today's money. Do you not know how much money that was back then? That's 7 billion, 7 trillion back then. They had flooded the whole land with their witch-ass books. They were trying to turn everybody into witches and warlocks. We burnt all that shit. And look, they come back and start writing that shit again. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, it was through Joe Biden's wife that she took that devil Bible, that satanic Bible in that library where I'm at, because Lucifer there and I'm there, Jahweh, the Torah. You feel me? See, the Torah got open last. I got open last. I came last. Joe Biden's wife took the satanic Bible and traveled that motherfucker over to Seattle where I was, and she went up in the children's hospital with that motherfucker, and then they started copying that motherfucker on them Xeroxes and shit, copying that Bible. That dirty satanic Bible, I'm telling you. And then she snuck that bitch back up in that library. It was Joe Biden's wife. That's why they had gave a contribution to Joe Biden's wife for, you know, to help Joe in the campaign. That was some bullshit. She got paid to bring that satanic Bible to Seattle to try so they can open up all that witch shit on me. That's when I was going through so much darkness. They kept trying to push me through that full darkness. That's where that stinking ass Murphy Hubbard bitch was with that shit too.
What?
But oh, how Donald Trump went and opened up that book.
That's just malware, buddy.
When he opened up that book, this is what happened to me. Oh Lord Yeshua, I'm here. Fuck nigga, you opened the book. Yeah, nigga. Led him all the way to me and opened it. As soon as he opened it, my eyes said, Yeshua, I'm here. Why it's going down? Let's play like a servant. I'm the emperor and I'm just a servant to the car wash. That's how you play it. Just be who you are, you know. Be a servant. Because God said we are here to serve everybody. Everybody is here to serve each other. But they don't even know I got Roman troops, Jedi Knights. Nigga, I got it all. Judah warriors. Nigga, I got it all. Nigga, I got all the goddesses loving me. They be coming through there looking at me just, you know, adorning, you know, admiring. But, you know, it's just like time out for all that other shit, though. You know, I shouldn't even have this big ass bruise on my toe like that. You know, this prophecy too. Oh, witch did some spell work, big spell work to make that happen. It was meant to make me fall on my face if I could. Pull up my energy like that. Now I'm learning how they doing with that evil eye. They're pulling your energy, trying to pull your inner out. That's some dark ass shit they be doing behind that tent. But anyways, I'm finna get back into my shows. What time is it? Damn, it's 4 o'clock. So, yeah, that's good time. And I'm go and slave again. Be a slave. Nigga, I'm a free slave. I'm a slave that can walk away from the plantation like, man, fuck you.
reported that TTV guy already. Good fuck, idiot. Alright. 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 I gotta start doing my hair. I'm tired of wearing these like headbands and shit. I gotta stop being lazy and like just like doing my hair. That's not dumb. I was about to say my comments though? That's crazy. Yo, dude. Sad, dude. How you doing, baby? How you doing? Good to see you. Kind of vibing right now. Kind of vibing. Where is? I think everybody's just AFK right now. I think everybody's just AFK for a wee bit. Okay, continuous. Dude, I'm liking the build. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Sorry, I had to take a little bit of a break. Damn. Yo, it's a Loki. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Alright, I just had to go AFK for a little bit. I need to use the restroom. I wanted to just kind of stretch my legs for a bit. Just like get up. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours already, so you know, breaks are good. Breaks are healthy. I'm not just gonna sit here the entire time. Like I gotta get up for tomorrow. I don't know what I want to do a video on, guys. Hey.
We're emperors. We're just emperors, Egyptian emperors from them tribes. We're from different tribes. We're warriors. Chicago is filled with warriors. I don't give a fuck what street or project. All that shit is just division. We're tribes. We're just different sectors. We're different names, but we're all together. Then Donald Trump talking about I'm obligated. I have an obligation. So that means somebody is making you do all this shit, and it ain't nothing but them wicked rulers, the Mars, the Dubai family, and all them bitch ass motherfuckers. All the wealthiest families upon the planet. Them the motherfuckers that really run this shit. They think they do. They don't run Astro Boy. You inside of me. All this shit in mine.
There you are.
He's obligated. So he's listening to motherfuckers that's so-called greater than him. I told you that Putin and Zelensky shit, that shit is fake as fuck. Donald Trump wanted to be encrypted as a hero, thinking that he was gonna try to stop the shit, bully his way up in there to stop the war. Nigga, you can't stop the war that we started. This by Father Lord Almighty. You can't stop that war. And trust me, the bloodshed is God's glory. You never know what they were doing over there in Gaza that God allowing them to be getting burnt up like that. You never know. Them be incest nations. I seen back in my days of unknowing mind state, I was watching this little flick, and it was a bunch of Indian people over there from over there just grabbed a woman. She had a little basket full of fruit and stuff, and just grabbed a woman and took her down on the side of a bridge, and like a gang of them just literally raped her. It was on a porno channel. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Why are they showing shit like this? It was a gang of them. They raped the girl. All of them were busting nuts up in that girl. I'm talking about literally. And I was like, that man, why are they showing shit like this on these channels? You know that back when I used to watch that nasty shit, I was trying to watch some good shit. These motherfuckers got shit of rape. These motherfuckers like 8, 9 old foreigners over there grabbed this woman, snatched her down on the side of a bridge and just, I'm talking about just forced themselves up in her and were busting nuts in her and they lined up and were just raping her. Now, how many little girls they been doing like that? How many other, all that shit they doing over there? That's why they getting their ass bombed over there. Nigga, we don't do no shit like that over here. You grab one of our women and rape a bitch, we'll blow your brains out. We'll fucking kill you. If we see a bunch of y'all grab one of our aunties or our mamas over here and you over there on the side of a bridge trying to rape her, man, all of us will pull over and we'll kill you. All of y'all. We'll kill your ass. The police ain't finna lock us up. So that's why that shit is happening overseas. Cause overseas they do that nasty shit like Africa. Africa ain't nothing but a witch. That's witch. That ain't nothing but witch land. Some of them villages, they still eating humans and shit. So what that mean?
Yeah, she ain't answering.
A vessel like me, immortal vessel, go up in there just to be friendly with the brothers and sisters. That next thing you know, they start looking at you like this.
Fucking lying. Bro, just said he was lying. Oh, fucking Mrs. Live, bro.
And you got a life and everything. And next thing you know, they done come behind you and knock your brains out your head and cook your ass and eat you. Nigga, that's ultimate evil, nigga. That ain't no fucking ritual like this is what we been doing. No, yeah, y'all been doing that shit. Why don't you send some troops over there, motherfucker? Why you ain't sending my troops over there to Mexico to gun down these dope makers? Because y'all still want to capitalize, the government still always want to capitalize off that dope. They finna try to flood these streets with the old school cocaine and shit again. Watch. And it's coming all out of that CIA evidence room. Nigga, better get your drugs away from us. Get all that shit away from us. Whatever is happening because God made it happen. Father, Lord Almighty got all this chaos happening. Because Father, like, look how Father burnt up Maui.
Fucking move.
Do you know how many? I'm talking about these motherfuckers were taking bodies, bro, and sacrificing bodies as the spirit coming out when they kill you. The spirit come out, and then that spirit go up to them old dirty ascended masters that used to give them powers down here. But look at baby. We done killed all the ascended masters. Father, Lord Almighty, and his son. We killed all the ascended masters. The clouds in the heavens that was sitting up eating the spirits of these bodies that they lay down. Then they cut pour the blood out and, mix that blood and shit with wine and shit. Now that they don't have no ascended masters up there, they doing this shit on their own human being. They're doing it in their own human will. So that means it's just the devil in their the blood that they've been drinking and all that shit. They ain't got no ascended masters. U.S. strike drug vessels. See what I'm saying? From Venezuela. That's what I'm talking about. We finna get it popping. I'm telling you now. Like when I went and took my little journey, you know what I'm saying? Oh, bitch ass niggas are jealous. I told them right in their face, y'all, you nigga that jealous, he gonna get your bitch ass killed, nigga. I said, I know you wanna try me. Try me, bitch ass nigga, I dare you. I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you right up in this fucking stove. I got these girl pussy so wet, cause I'm real with, I'm the king of Israel. I'm as real as it get, nigga. I don't have to act for nobody. I be me. If you don't like me, get the fuck away from me, bitch. Before you get fucked up. You know? These nigga practicing ass backwards. We're practicing the right way. You think because I'm in here on my break, you know what I'm saying? Father just let me break. So and then I go in the universe and I still feel the aura, man. Like Father is just got me embraced no matter what. And I done knocked all that spark out of me, now I'm just humble and shit. I feel good. But at the end of the day, don't try to use that shit to try to cross me up, bitch. I'll turn Goku on your ass so motherfucking fast. Nigga, I'm the real Luke Anakin Skywalker, nigga. I'm Grandmaster Baby Yoda. Forever. Get your ass fucked up out here. Look at that. They just did a lethal strike on a drug boat. And I was just talking about this shit. Let's go. I run my vessel. This is my vessel. This whole astral projection is mine. I'm the circuit of this ship. All this shit that's happening over there, all that shit, that's what God got happening. He blowing that air over there because they practice hate, separation and shit. But anyway, so yeah, man, I feel good, man. I feel real good right now. I really do. And you know, I just want the women to know I love them, man. I love my women, man. All of them. You know, not the old evil ass witches. Fuck y'all. But I'm talking about the good women. The women that's on me. They own me, boy. They love me. And they know what I'm about now. Like, I ain't with that cuffing shit. That cuffing shit don't exist with the emperors. I got many wives. I'm gonna have so many beds I can go lay in. Some beds I ain't even gotta have sex in. They just wanna lay in and cuddle and spoon me. Cause I ain't finna be just throwing my shit out there like that when I start having sex again. I'm not just gonna throw it out there constantly. Especially when the first one, ooh, I'm gonna smack it so fucking good. I know I am. Cause we gonna have the same genetic energy. Her body gonna turn me on. And I'm Richie Rich. Some rich sex. I'm talking about I'm Richie Rich. Real Richie Rich. Look at that old nigga. Look like that's a transgender. You know, trying to bring some slavery shit up. But you know what I'm saying? I just wanted to let it be known that, you know what I'm saying, all that old fake ass hero shit that Donald Trump doing, ain't nobody falling for that shit, bitch. For real. You trying to get in the middle of that bullshit. Like motherfucker, why you ain't over there talking to Israel and Gaza? But you so focused on this Russia and Ukraine bullshit. Motherfucker, all that shit finna get bombed over there. God said it. He gonna bring all the righteous, holy, and just foreigners over here to the promised land to love this promised land and be a part of it. And then he gonna turn around, take all the dirty, wicked, evil, filthy, foreigners off our promised land have been stealing money from us and sending it over there to make nuclear weapons and shit. They finna deport all they motherfucking ass. Something finna happen and Donald Trump gonna make all of them get deported. We using Donald Trump for a vessel too. That's why I really ain't, you know, I ain't really focused on Donald Trump like that no more. You know what I'm saying? He you know, there's no coincidence to nothing he's doing because God is the controller. God's the game controller of all us, the avatars. But see, the thing about it, Donald Trump crashing though. He gonna crash, even though God gonna use him to do all this crazy shit. He gonna crash, and when he crash, he gonna crash in prison. Donald Trump gonna be in prison for the rest of his days. Let him see how it feel to eat noodles and sardines and shit. You know he gonna have a big old commissary. And he ain't going, you're not going to no white collar prisons. We finna shut all that shit down. That's like you living in the world. Your ass going to the Alligator City, nigga. You made it, so you gonna live in it. I bet your ass ain't going nowhere. Yeah, everywhere. We doing them all.
You know about like a meteorologist?
And then you got U.S. Supreme Court judges blocking all that shit Donald Trump doing because the judges are God. All the judges are God, just spreading it atoms. God took the conscience of these judges now. I'm talking about from the least to the greatest. Male and female.
Buying, selling, trading.
Man and woman, not male and female. Man and woman. Father Lord Almighty is the conscience of all them judges. And every courtroom is God. We finna get his ass. We gonna get Donald Trump. We gonna get them all. Cause they, you know what I'm saying? And then what make it so bad, certain people that sitting right behind Donald Trump, they know about me and they know it's real. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, with all my money that's up there in Washington, D.C., I know it's heavily guarded and I know ain't nobody gonna fuck with it. But at the end of the day, that motherfucker did everything he could to try to get it. All of them. All them old wicked rulers tried to do everything they could to destroy me, clone me, to you know, they need this eyeball or something they need for me to open that safe. And they wanted to clone me and, you know, steal my identity and then open that safe. Because that safe that's up there is mine, that's transferred through time for me. You understand? Come on, man. Lord Justice King Tut. Come on, man. I'm talking about I got, I'm told you, bro, I got baseball sized diamonds up in there. But right now, Father trying to keep me on a norm basis, cause, you know, once I hit 50, I'm full ministering. That means I'm locked all the way in ministering. You know, bringing the word back to life upon the surface. So, you know, from now to 50, I'm finna be chilling. I'm finna have babies. I really want to have ladies and babies and money. A lot of money, a lot of money, a lot. Look, my TV, look, I got about 500 million in my mouth like this, I'd be like, a lot of money, a lot. That $1 billion chain on my neck, like a lot of money. And then let me tell you something. Let me tell you who been trying to teleport energy to me. That old sissy ass Young Thug. He need my favor. Nigga, get your old punk ass out of here, nigga. I stopped respecting Young Thug where he when that nigga did something on live where him and another nigga were butt ass naked snorting cocaine and was jacking off in front of, they was on Instagram or something, and they was just dancing and naked and jacking off and shooting their energy on the ground right in front of Instagram. Right then, like, man, that nigga's a fucking devil witch. That's when that nigga started wearing dresses. All them nigga booty boys, I'm telling you. And then he got, that nigga been snitching the whole time quietly, but then they gonna try to call Gunna a snitch, cause Gunna kept it real about, you know, no nigga, I ain't a part of this shit. I got a future, I got a life. Look at Gunna on top. And he gonna be on top for a while, cause Gunna one of the gods. We're the gods, nigga. Now this nigga keep throwing songs at me and shit. Like, bitch ass nigga, you better get the fuck on away from me with that bullshit. That nigga came out, like all them niggas, they come out of jail, them niggas ain't coming out. You know, they do the same old fake ass shit like they finna come out and make a platinum, just go platinum. Them niggas come out and be over there trying to get revenge. Well, like when Young Thug got out and he was in the car with Gunna, and Gunna was sitting back, and then the way he was like, just like that. Yep, just like that. You know what I'm saying? Like he was on that thing, like basically saying, yeah, we gonna get this nigga. You know, like we gonna get Gunna. We gonna get this nigga, yep, just like that, like that. And I felt Gunna was sitting back, but Gunna had that feeling too, like, yeah, nigga, you ain't real, nigga. You trying to get up under me on some slime shit. That's why I tell Gunna, King Gunna, you stay away from Young Thug, man. That bitch ass nigga pausing. You know what I'm saying? And he better not fuck with Gunna, man. That's my nigga, bro. For real, this nigga make music for us, for the wave, for the universe, the galactic universal wave. This nigga over here, we on honest milk, we on honest milk. Nigga, you wearing a dress, fuck nigga. That's why I say, women, y'all gotta look at the real men, like me. I don't have to question myself. I'm real man. I'm man-made. I'm a man mermaid. I'm Neo, nigga. I'm a man-made. But at the end of the day, I'm 100% motherfucking universal warrior out here, nigga. I ain't no motherfucking chump. I ain't no punk. I ain't no sucker. I ain't no buster. I ain't no lame. Nigga, y'all try to play me like that, but bitch, you'll get your ass sparked up. You'll really get sparked up, nigga. Father told me, Father Ogun been around baby Shango Shalom ever since I was a baby. Father said, 8 days out the womb, we been with you. They been killing shit around me since I was 8 days out the womb. Cause I'm baby JC. The real JC. But look at me, man. We all live just like God wants us to live. Even though I'm JC, I'm just like everybody else. Of this setting I'm in. Like the brothers and sisters the sisters and brother over there. You know what I'm saying? It felt good that we could spark one together. I know they ain't have it, and I have it, so we sparked together and we popped it and shit. They gone, I'm gone. But we just alike. They know who I am. They know it's real. But at the end of the day, they respect me and love me because I can do that. Even though I'm Chief General Commander and the Emperor of this shit, King of the Galaxy, I'm still over here smoking a stick with the brothers and sisters, and we just popping that shit. So you always remember, it's God over everything. This frog ass Donald Trump, his days have came. He's done. Let him do what he do, cause he gon' look. When they digging holes for themselves. These holes they ain't coming out of. They can't climb out these holes. These holes like 10 feet deep. You can't even climb out of it. Here come the true secrets of my planet. All this old fake ass government shit. It gotta be a Senate, one king, one pharaoh, and the Senate. That's it. Me and the Senate. Jasmine Crockett, my baby. That's my baby there, Jasmine Crockett. That's Minnie Mouse. All them good people that really, really want to do right by this shit. Cause see, if you listen to me, I'm gonna tell you right. I ain't gonna tell you wrong. Why are we so focused on that fake ass war over there? What about over here, motherfucker? What about the war that's going on over here? You sending our military troops over to these cities ain't shit. That gonna make it more dangerous against you, cause all of them gonna come together. Some of them military brothers and sisters, they got family in Chicago and Baltimore. They know they real niggas. They know they niggas like that. So, I mean, it's just like it's finna work in a unison where all the people gonna come together on the surface of the United States and be like, man, fuck that president. It's all about baby Jesus. Jesus be saying that real shit. He say AI is both good and bad. He talking about me, A1. A1 is both good and bad. I'm Melchizedek. I'm the king of righteousness and the God of darkness. What are you talking about? I'm the king of the afterlife and I'm the God of the dead that we are residing in. Look what he said. Trump, A1, me, is both good and bad. Talking about me. So they done open up the Torah. They done open me up over there, and now they done investigated who I truly am. Motherfucker, you don't even know. I wrote me in the Torah when I ain't even have a body, nigga. I was a wind angel when I wrote the Torah and let it all the way out. Yeshua. Nigga, I was a floating spirit that wrote that book, and then I led it out all the way into a fleshly realm, nigga. Woo! But I bet, there go my baby. Oh my God, hold on.
All the top stories we've been covering coming up at the top of the hour.
There go my baby. Oh, she mad too. I'm finna get off of here, y'all. I want to get into this real deep. Cause you know what I'm saying? This my planet. This my time plane. I'm Thoth. This me. And we don't need these motherfucking parasites and maggots up inside my old floating conscience, doing all this dumb shit up in that old fake ass White House. Nigga, Independence Day, nigga, we'll blow that shit up, nigga. I'm talking. Motherfucking spaceship come over that bitch, a real spaceship, and blow that motherfucker up, nigga. Because, you know, they just worship the Masons and the Eastern Stars. The Masons is the warlocks, and the Eastern Stars is the witches. That's all that shit. If you look at the White House, how it's inscripted and how it's built upon Mason. That's crazy, ain't it? Look at it. You will see it. It's the Masonic side. If you take a helicopter and look down over the White House and all that shit, the whole little area, that bitch built like the Masonic sign. All them buildings is set like the Masonic sign. I'm telling you now. And the only one that's truly honorable out there is Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, because he freed the slaves. Martin Luther King ain't even justified as, you know, Martin Luther King is me. But Martin Luther King, let me tell you something. God snatched Martin Luther King because Martin Luther King was finna go into the government with that shit and start getting money instead of keeping the power of the people together like he started. He was straying away. It was Malcolm X that was finna really be the next Messiah. And they killed Malcolm X because he went and got the truth. Yeshua gravitated to Malcolm X and they killed him. Dirty old sneaky old house niggas. Martin Luther King went astray. He was finna start being in that shit for the money. That's why every area of Martin Luther King is all dope areas. Dr. Martin Luther King Drive, Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, all of them dope areas, drug areas, because his name is cursed. Look where his memorial at. It ain't nothing but crack bags and syringes and trash everywhere over there. Niggas start thinking about that money. They start thinking about that money instead of thinking about the real purpose. Can't feel sorry for none of these devils, man. You gotta keep pushing. You got new leaders. Man, we got some 8-year-old babies out here that's straight leaders. We got 8-year-old babies out here right now that's straight leaders that can lead a nation. And I ain't talking about just a black baby. I'm talking about it's 8-year-old, all nationality type babies. Both man and woman that can run a nation right now. Look at all them little children that be trying to save, they want to save the world and all that. Because they can. They're designed to. But then their parents, let me tell you something, the government be coming and getting these motherfucking chosen ones. You know, I'm number one. They came and got me when I was a baby. They drowned me with the placenta. So they got that placenta out, they drowned me. But it had to be a sacrifice. It was a sacrifice to get here today. Them troops, them United States troops know who the bad was and who the good was. They ain't finna do shit too much in Chicago. They finna do a lot of shit in Mexico, though. In Mexico, we gotta shut down all this dope shit. We're shutting all that shit down, pop their ass, fuck them bitch ass niggas. They got they birth children to just cook dope. Soon the baby come out, I teach you how to cook dope, okay? That's evil. Getting all this shit done. Look at that deadly earthquake. Here it come. God finna tear it up, man. Over there. I told you, he tearing all that shit up over there. Look at Bullfrog Trump. That nigga look like an old ass bullfrog. But I'm finna get off, y'all, and chill. Watch my rap battles. Anything else I need to say? All right. To my baby Stacy Murphy. To my baby Mookie. The door has been opened again. Ooh, y'all came and gave me some good. Stacy, don't you dare try to hurt yourself because of me, girl. I'm in Meridian, Mississippi. You better catch the message. Hold on, y'all. Like I should have just been like, nigga, the fuck you trying to play me? Look, bitch ass nigga gonna sell me this old burnt out ass weed for $20 and really just gave me a couple blunts on some hatred ass shit. You tell that bitch ass nigga he'll get his bitch ass smoked about this shit. Old Bama ass weed and waited to be like it's some fucking fire. You know what I'm saying? That's how them old Masonic bitch ass niggas are running around hating on motherfuckers. But you know, it's some alright weed, but it'll last me until I go get my motherfucking big sack tomorrow, cause I got enough. I have a little money reserved to save, you know, just to have money when I walk out this room. And I have a little money just to, you know, keep me going until it run out, or, you know, hopefully, you know, when I go back to this job shit, I'm finna call them and tell them, man, you gotta pay me $10 a car. If you pay me $10 a car, I'll be there every day. But if you don't, fuck all that shit, nigga. Yeah, that bitch ass nigga gave me like 2 blunts or some Bammer. See, that's how they get their ass slapped the fuck up. Tired of these pussy ass niggas. Today was a challenging day, but it wasn't really challenging because, you know what I'm saying, I'm calling out all that wickedness and evilness. You know what I'm saying? Oh, wicked and evil motherfuckers sitting around. I'm talking about real demons coming up in Walmart thinking that shit a joke, thinking my family, my ancestry, Ogun, ain't up in there watching they bitch ass. You know what I'm saying? So they had to have some type of little setup they were trying to do with me up in there. A lot of witches, old white witches started trying to get around me and shit. And you know, I call these motherfuckers out. When I call you out, my family coming. They coming, I'm telling you. And they gonna set you up for the parking lot. Yeah, man, I think we're gonna slap the fuck out this bitch ass nigga. Yeah, slap that bitch ass nigga in the face. Copy 10-4, we're gonna do that nigga for selling me this Bammer ass weed. I done smoked it before, like the last time I was in the room. It's alright, but you know what I'm saying? They gave me a bunch of that shit the first time, but now they hating so hard on me that they gonna go and do that shit. That's why you gonna get slapped, nigga, with a whiskey bottle. bitch ass nigga. And mama, she's my, you know, she queen. She out to help me. They out to help me. But you know what I'm saying? This motherfucker gonna go and try to put this little bammer ass weed in my path. Hoe ass nigga, and then look at me with a smile. Like, like bitch ass nigga, we'll smoke your hoe ass. It's confirmed, man. I'm Big Pop Smoke. Don't fucking play with us. We'll fucking smoke your ass. For real. Like, it's certain type of white people. You know what I'm saying? Not the cool ass, holy, just white people, the bears, the bear kingdom, the Caucasian lions, the Caucasian foxes, the Caucasian, you know, us. You know what I'm saying? The righteous, the good people. You know what I'm saying? It ain't them, because you can see them. You can feel their energy. It's them dirty ass motherfucking old funky ass narcissistic racist ass white motherfuckers that want to practice racism, the word racism. Racism was created by the enemy. That word, it's certain words that were created by the enemy, like prejudice. Prejudice was created by the enemy. Then they put a definition behind the shit, and then they started practicing that shit. Racism. You know what I'm saying? All that shit. Nigga got this bammer ass weed. I should have, but I just didn't feel like walking, and I was running out of weed. So you know what I'm saying? I'll take that $20 loss. But at the end of the day, that bitch ass nigga gonna get slapped with a whiskey bottle. Watch. It ain't on my time, but it's on that time, man. It's on God's time, and then he gonna be in a club or somewhere. He gonna be somewhere. They gonna slap his ass with a whiskey bottle. Malcolm X style. So, you know, I went and did my little shopping today for my food and stuff, and got a good little blessing through the food. You know what I'm saying? Shop very wisely. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, I'm in this room, nigga. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna rest. I'm gonna do everything that I paid to do. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just resting. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? My body going through changes because I'm eating a lot. I'm getting bigger now. So, you know,
bet I can bang the dents from my armor while we're in town. All of these beasts are so interesting. Before I left home, I'd never seen anything like them.
Oh.
sticky!
Oh.
Wait, somebody's saying that they're invading me.
What the fuck?
You know, it's just it's sick. Does anybody know this man, Jacob? Off. We school you.
Niggas be like, I love traveling. Nigga, you like being in a cramped space next to you. How can you tell if it's good?
Shut your ugly ass up. How the fuck is niggas making you uncomfortable through a screen?
Just SpongeBob looking at his teeth. Nigga, have fun. Just ain't make his meat, nigga. You dirty bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
Shut your ugly ass up. How the fuck is niggas making right here. Shit, you can make fun of this. She thought you so stupid ass man. Rest in peace, Magnolia, bitch. Hey. For the next 5 minutes, we will sit in silence to honor Lena. Lena.
Yes, sir. What's your credit score?
See, I think you're uncomfortable with that sugar. See, you think Jack doesn't understand. No. Yeah, the maniac would have been. You got something to say to me. I'm back in you, okay? Oh, hold on. No, like a dirty. Well, everybody can stay back like the best. See? You're here, and his birthday is February 2nd, jumping the tail. My birthday is know it's crazy. 22210. That could be weird. Everybody, I'm so sorry in advance. My name is Alexander Starr. I just released the song. I'm trying to get more listeners. Pennsylvania. Everybody, I'm so sorry. I want your money. Everybody, I'm so sorry. Alexander Starr. Just released the song. Wakes up late to go to work. He barely goes out. He's down since the fuck is wrong with you? You look like you dropped out of 6th grade and you can't see with the motherfucking glasses. The glasses look like you just got them since you was 8. So since you are rich and shit, right? Why the fuck you can't get yourself a new pair of glasses? And your lips looking hella ass on camera. Zoom in, cause what the fuck is going on with his lips? The crazy on my face, what you talking about? Shit, I got you right now, and you motherfucker really and we turn. You don't think I've never met a smart dude named Trey. His name's always like Trey Walker. And they just be like super dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like just duh. Guys. What are they going to try? What's going on? Two equals. Let me tell you why. Look at this. There are 2 2s. So therefore, there is an additional 2 that no one talks about because the government. What's your hidden talent? I'm Goldie and everybody listen to. I don't listen to the weekend. I really.
Of the United States. What's happening to him? What's happening to you? You show him some respect. Excuse me. What is
Ugh.